All right. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, chat. There we go. All right. It's freezing out here. All right. Rybakina versus Frech. All part of the Swiatek section, so we could be watching somebody here play Swiatek. Maybe it's Rybakina. Rematch. I love the rematch. I want to see a rematch. I want to see Rybakina have a chance to avenge the loss. And I feel like these courts, and maybe even the way that we've seen Swiatek this week, she's had a couple of tough. Even the last match, she had a tough first set. I don't know. I want to get Rybakina and Swiatek back on that court, on this court, back to back. I think it's one of the best rivalries on the WTA. One of the most interesting rivalries. But she's going to have to go through every single Polish player to do it. She might have to play Falinska in the next round. So she's going to be going through I don't think Rybakina is allowed to go to Poland after this week. If she goes through every Polish player, she's not going to be welcome in Poland. Just taking them all out. But I would love to see that rematch. But she's got to get through Frech, and that's not going to be easy. Frech is one of those sort of awkward, unseeded players. So, yeah, let's see what happens. Does anybody know if Demonor and Ferry is after Boiseau? I'll tell you, I know. No, it's not. It's after Kaboli. They're after Kaboli. Falinska's playing after Parry and Boiseau. All right. God, it's so cold today. Do you screen other people's cast as well? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about Deb. Oh. You mean is Deb a mod anywhere else? I don't know. Don't think so. I don't think Deb has time. I'm here all the time. It's probably too busy for Deb. Sabalenka Rybakina rivalry is the best rivalry in this decade on the Era Tour. On the is it? Are you sure? Is it though? I don't know. What is the chat? What is the best WTA rivalry in the 2020s? What is the best rivalry? See, I'm one of those. My favorite rivalries are stylistic clashes. Like I like two different players playing each other. Whereas Sabalenka or Rybakina, they're a little bit too same, right? They're big hitting, big serving, and I'm like, that's really fun to watch. Like the most powerful players play, like a heavyweight clash, right? And they're just gonna like punch each other in the face with forehands. But I like something like a Gauff Sabalenka or like a Swiatek Rybakina, right? Something that's a little bit like there's two different like a Federer Nadal, right? One of the best rivalries of all time. Because of so many differences, right? They're so different. The personalities, literally the different hand they use with the racket. But that's just me. Swiatek Ostapenko. Hey, don't be rude. Don't be mean. But yeah, what is your maybe not the best, because I think best is maybe it's hard to we can't really pick a best, maybe. Well, we probably could, but what is your favorite rivalry on the WTA? What's your favorite rivalry? I like Rybakina and Swiatek. I feel like every match they play is just so big. Like every match has so much at stake. Swiatek Sabalenka has been interesting, but their first few matches weren't. I feel like the first match that Rybakina and Swiatek ever played was like maybe not the second match they ever played was was super important. It's kind of like Nadal Federer. The first match they played was Miami, and we didn't know what we had. And then they played again the next year, and it was like, this is a big deal. And from that second match onwards, it became Fadal. I feel like the same thing with Rybakina and Swiatek. It's like the first match was Ostrava, I think, and it wasn't like that match was like it was a great match, but we didn't realize that was going to be like a big deal. And then the second match they played, the Australian Open, in the fourth round, and Rybakina won. And then since then, it's been like, that's just been, for me, has been like a showstopper. Like, that's like, oh, okay. we got to watch this. So this is a big deal, right? This is legacy. This is a rivalry for the decade, right? You can say the same about Sabalenka Rybakina. I think Gauff Sabalenka is a great rivalry too, but their matches are not very pretty. Like, they're very ugly. They can be ugly matches, like the French Open final. But I feel like they're just like, that rivalry is really, really interesting too, because they are tight. Like, they are slightly different too. Anyways, 3-0 is the head-to-head. Rybakina is serving first. Vukov's back in the house, I think, and when he's there, she plays much better. We talked about that at length last match. Sabalenka Swiatek. Well, that is a massive rivalry too. They just haven't played enough. And they haven't played in a Grand Slam final. And neither have Swiatek and Rybakina, to be fair. But that goes out by Rybakina, love 15. But chat, you all got the wrong answers, chat. You all answered the question wrong. The best rivalry in tennis is Eala versus everybody. Come on, you know the answer. Jeez, chat. God, here you are making silly suggestions like Sabalenka Rybakina. You know the answer. It's Eala versus the world. As that backhand goes wide, come on now. Chat, do you not know anything about this sport? What the hell? What are you talking about? It's Eala versus whoever the hell she's playing tomorrow, right? Eala versus everyone. That's the rivalry. That's my favorite rivalry. Eala versus whoever's next. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Look, to be fair, Eala will probably have some interesting rivalries. Her and Joyton have a great rivalry. A baby rivalry. They're starting. I'm just kidding. 15:30. Vukov is there, Deb. I know you want to know. He's there. He's definitely there. Don't put a bet on until you see Vukov. Actually, true. 4-4 rally. Frech with a pass. Oh, the volley goes wide by Rybakina. Here we go. 15:30. 40, sorry. 15:40. I like Sabalenka Osaka. Sabalenka Osaka's starting to become something. They're starting to become something. It's starting to become something. Wong versus Wong's a rivalry. No, that's the wrong answer. 15:40. There's a default second serve. Second serve. Don't hype Eala. I wouldn't do anything like that. What do you mean? 4-4 rally. Up goes a lob by Frech. And then a smash by Rybakina, 30-40. $30-40. There's a guy that just shoved a Kazakhstani flag at the back of his hat. It's just hanging in. That's funny. All right, 30-40. We need to do a case study on Kazakhstan tennis. That's a whole story. Oh wow, Dutchy sending some interesting information. As always. Forehand goes wide. Frech breaks. One love. Frech with the start. All right, so apparently, chat, WTA might be changing. WTA Tour Architecture Council, I could be on that. I'm qualified. Is expected to cut the number of required WTA 500 tournaments for top players. That's a good move. Remember how it's 6? You have to play 6 500s, along with all the other stuff you have to do. But probably down to 4 or 5. So that's good for the players. You only have to play 4 or 5. I mean, I don't know if it's getting better. All right. All right, 15 love. As it is served in the form of Rybakina, forehand from Frech in the backhand of Rybakina. Frech with a backhand slice. And then Rybakina hits in the net. And it's 30 love. Siegmund has withdrawn from the US Open. There you go. Thank you, Dutchie. By the way, Chad, it's kind of wild that like 6 mandatory 500s. We talk about mandatory 1000s, but like mandatory 500s is kind of wild. All right, 30 love. There's super few crowds on center court. I know, right? But that's because it's Monday morning, so. And the weather's like a little bit crappy. As with a forehand on the stretch from Frech in the forehand of Rybakina. Frech with a forehand slice. Rybakina volley in the net. I tell you, Rybakina can't volley today. She's hit 2 bad volleys already. 40 love. You're definitely right, Cam. It's Eala versus the rest of the WTA. Go, Alex. I missed her blue dinosaur mascot, Ealasaurus. Well, don't worry. I'm sure they'll make an appearance sometime. Hint, hint. Anyways, that goes out by Rybakina. It's 2 love, Frech. Sigmund announced that she will be taking a break for a while. And she hasn't said if she will be back. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. 2 love. But yeah, it is disappointing, but these are not like this is normal, right? There's a reason why Eala's playing tonight, not during the day. It's because during the day she probably wouldn't have got the same crowd. The tournament, no, and also in Islamova, right? They want to put the Americans on prime time too, right? You know. But yeah, midday on a Wednesday, on a Monday, when it's only a third round, it's probably not going to be the. You're going to get like a. I mean, it depends. What's going on with Caboli's match? Is that packed? Caboli's match might be packed because it's on the outside courts and they're cheaper tickets, yeah? Because you also got to factor in the price. So maybe people aren't going to be like paying as much. It's hard too because like as much as we, the tennis, like if you're in the tennis, if you've been watching tennis, more than if you've been watching tennis, right? We all know that Hodar is like a big deal. But if you're just like a casual who just kind of tunes into the Grand Slams, when you see Hodar's name against Tabilo on a center court, you're like, I don't know if the casual fan is going to pay for that, right? You got Swiatek, Rybakina, Hodar. Hodar's not. He's not on the same level as I don't want to say Alcaraz, but like Fonseca, right? Whereas Fonseca has got maybe a little bit more hype around him, even Tien, right? So I think that's a bit of a... And the only reason they've done that, one, is because Hodar deserves to be center court and he deserves a spotlight. But also there's no Americans on the men's side playing today. Like all the American men lost. And Zverev is playing tonight. So, they kind of don't have an option. And I love that Cincinnati are giving Hodar the stage. Because they could have put Demonor on, right? They could have put on Feast and Lehechka, right? That's fine. They could have gone with Caboli, but instead they went with a guy who's ranked lower but has a lot of momentum behind him and a lot of excitement behind him. So I'm glad they gave Feast the stage. They gave Hodar the stage. But if I was a casual, if I was a casual fan, I would look at this. I would look at the schedule and be like, oh, Swiatek Sakkari's interesting, Rybakina, but then Hodar, you'd be like, oh, center court. Am I going to pay that much on a Monday? Like, yeah, they probably should have put Venus and Serena on instead of Hodar. But then there's like only one men's match on center court, and that's a whole thing, right? They're trying to juggle like every second day they swap, right? 2 men's matches on one day, 1 on the other. That's what they kind of seem to be doing. So, but look, in a year, Hodar and Feast and Caboli and Menchik, I'm sure they're all going to be the main names anyway, right? 2-1. Rybakina on the board. Oh, Caboli serving for the match. That is a crazy match. Still debating if I go on the 27th. Eala will probably be practicing at the enclosed courts. Now, just like where the top players usually practice, not on the open courts. Now, see, I think Eala's probably going to go on the outside courts because she knows people want to see her. I reckon Eala would practice on the outside because she knows the fans will be there. I don't think she'll be hiding away practicing inside. She's pretty good with fan interaction. I don't think she'd be hiding away practicing inside. I think she'd be practicing out in the crowds. So you probably will see her. 2-1. Wait, when is that? Is that? Oh, that's during the qualies, yeah? Hey, look, might as well go. I mean, if you see Eala, that's a bonus, but go just for this experience. Qualies are free anyway. All right, love 15. Might as well go. Worst case, you go to the US Open and get this fun story. Best case, you see Eala. Like, worth it. The GLP-1 Slimming Injections Company has a stipulation for Serena for her to come back to tennis while promoting it. Okay? And has been a volley from Rybakina. That's a winner. Love 30. That's a better volley by Rybakina. Love 30. Love 30. Chance for Rybakina to break straight back. Or break back. All right. As with a 4 now to the backhand of Rybakina. Backhand out from Frech. Sliced. As Rybakina back up the line. Beautiful winner. All right. Rybakina is settled now. Love 40. Love 40. Going the midweek first week. Good idea. Qualities, especially when they're free, definitely worth it. Horrible idea. What's a horrible idea? All right, that goes to the net by Frech. There's the break back. 2-2. Volley wins. Nice. Caboli back from the dead. Where is Caboli in the draw? Where's he at? Where's Caboli at? We sleeping on Caboli? What's up? Where's he at? Remember when Sinner didn't play the Davis Cup and Caboli took them to victory? Hoda versus Caboli. That's fun. That could be really fun. Winner plays Zverev. Oh, it's Zverev versus Caboli rematch. That's fun too. Caboli versus Hoda. I want to be in that crowd. I hope they don't put that on center court because that deserves to be on a wild outside court. Like, that deserves to be out on like a night match. Where Feast is playing tonight, that's where they should be putting Caboli Hoda. Put it out on, if it happens, put it out on, even put it on Grandstand. Put it on Grandstand because that needs to have a bit of a drunken atmosphere. Don't put it on center court where people, don't do that. We don't want this atmosphere where there's like not many people, and that deserves to be in a venue where the cheaper tickets are available and people are drinking alcohol. So that's what we need. That's what we need. We need a Caboli Hoda circus, all right? That's what we need. That's the vibe. That's what we want. That's the atmosphere. Kind of like Chapo Hoda, that atmosphere where it's just like, Rah! That's what I want to see. I don't want to see the center court during the day that just complete. That's a waste. Cincinnati, make that schedule happen if it happens. Even Tabilo versus Caboli. Don't put that on center court either. That's got to be out there on the cheaper courts, I reckon. Trust me, it's worth it. It's worth it for the atmosphere. And then give like men's chic center court or something that day. 40-15, Rybakina, take the lead. You should sign up to be tournament director. I'd just be doing matches for the fun. I'd be like, all right, we're putting this one on this court because there could be a riot. Let's do it. I'd be turning this into like that live golf where they go to that one hole in the live golf and they like everyone's screaming and throwing beer cans and shotgunning. Like I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna be the tournament director where things are just gonna be crazy. We're gonna have it's gonna be the craziest tournament on the tour. Yeah, you know what? Everybody can just scream during serves. I don't care. Let's go. Cheer double faults. Let's go. You can hear the other courts from Grandstand, though. Yeah, but Grandstand's crazy, too, so it doesn't matter. Cam will be sad if Zverev lost. Yep. Okay, why? Why? Why would I be sad? All right, 3-2. By the way, Caboli is so good for the ATP as well. He's such a personality. He's so fun. I was going to say if Caboli wins this tournament, I shave my head, but I changed my mind. So don't hold me to that. I said I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to cut my hair if Caboli wins. I made that mistake before. Thanks a lot, Men Chic. The hairdresser was even surprised. Really? You wanted that haircut? I have no choice. Ooh, dark clouds. There are dark clouds. Braids? No. Crew cut. There are dark clouds over there. You can't back out now, Cam. I said I'm not going to do that. Hello? I don't think you can hear me. Oh, shit. It is going to rain. Rain likely in the area in 26 minutes. There probably is going to be rain tonight. Where are the Cincinnatians at? Is that a word? Where are the people from Cincinnati at? As Frech serves a fault, second serve. Into the front of Rybakina, front from Frech. Into the back of Rybakina. She shanks it wide. And it's 15 love. Don't say they will be rain, then it won't rain. I'm sorry, am I a wizard now? What are you talking about, Trishan? You're calling me a magician. What do you mean? I can't control the weather. I don't have those powers. As Frech serves an ace, 30 love. Capoli's brilliant. Remember when he didn't have a house in Wimbledon? Wait, what? He what? 30 love? What, he sleeping on the street, did he? What do you mean he didn't have a house? 30 love. Serve. Nice serve down the tee. 40 love. Serve again. There's a fault second serve. I show speeds from Cincinnati, is he? I know he's from Ohio. He's great. He is. I watched his World Cup coverage. It's definitely not my like. I get why people think he's funny, and it's not like I think he's a bit over the top with stuff, but I get it. It's the internet. He's an entertainer, but he's really good. I see so many wholesome videos of him. He's really good. Like he seems a little bit like at first you're like, whoa, he's intense, but he's great. Like he seems very I've seen some videos of him like just randomly giving people opportunities to like go to see soccer match, football matches and stuff. But hey, you want to go? And just random people. I'm like, good for him. He gives back, and it's awesome. He's really cool. I'm not asking for a collaboration. I'm just saying 40-30. As we get a good serve by Frech, and it's 3-0. They are Ohioans. That's really hard to say. 3-0. This tournament is in the middle of nowhere. Where the hell are we? Where do the players stay? That's what I want. That sounds creepy. No, I'm just I'm asking because I just want to know. Actually, hang on. I don't want to know. I'm not asking because I want to know. I'm asking because, like, what they say in like a motel? Like, where the hell is there? Like, where's the accommodation? Like, the accommodation, it seems like this stadium's in the middle of nowhere. Is there how far do they have to travel to, like, to get there, like, every day? Is the hotel, like, 30 minutes away, or is it, like, there's one down the road? Like, it looks so far away. Like, it looks so remote. Or are they getting houses like they do at Wimbledon? Like, they're renting stuff? I don't know. I know, but I won't say. No, I'm not going to, I live in Australia. Why would I, like, I was asking it as a normal question. Don't make it weird. 30 love? Normal question. Okay, maybe don't give out the address, but like, I'm looking at this bird's eye view and I'm like, where the hell are all the houses? Like, where the players go? Like, after this, it's in the middle. It just feels like it's so remote. Or is it a forehand from Frech into the backhand of Rybakina? Rybakina, it's clean 40 love. I tell you, we watched Rybakina all last week, and every single match, Rybakina fans, you know, you heard me and you didn't like it, but I told you, I'm sorry, it was true. She played horrible last week. Every match she played so bad. And this week we've watched the first two matches so far. She is playing so much better than last week, which is scary because last week she made the final. But like, this is like way better from Rybakina. It's the Vukov effect or whatever. Cincinnati is not a ghost town. But like, look, but the stadium is not in the city. It's like north, right? But like Mason, Ohio is remote. Like, it doesn't seem. Every time I see the stadium from a bird's eye view, I'm like, there's nothing there. There's just grass. There's a golf course and an amusement park, and just car parks. There's nothing there. You know, it's Rybakina 4-3. She hits a winner. That's what I'm asking. I'm like, did they have to like travel an hour to get there every day? Like, or do they have like an on-site accommodation? Like, what's up? It looks so deserted. Hang on, I'm going to check a Google map. Because maybe they're just like, the angles are just making it look like it's in the middle of nowhere. Maybe it's like actually populated. They're not showing me the right. It just looks bad from that angle. It seems so remote. Where the heck is the stadium? Where's the stadium at? The Family Tennis Center. Where is that? Oh, it's over here. Okay. It's not. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay. It's. Oh, there's a McDonald's down the road. All right. A Dairy Queen. It still looks like it's in like a. I mean, it still looks pretty unpopulated. Like, it seems like a small suburban town. Mason. Is it? Like, it doesn't look that crazy. I guess they've got like a kind of a bit of a. It looks. It kind of seems like Indian Wells. Like, it's sort of like in a bit of a. Like, yeah, it's not like it's in the middle of nowhere, but there's like a Quality Inn. There's a McDonald's. There's a Chipotle. there's a CVS, and then there's a lot of car parking and a bunch of trees. What are you doing on your day off in Mason? You going to the Atrium Stadium? Or are you going to go check out the... I guess you play golf. There's a lot of golf courses around. Like, what's up? Seems very... Not much going on. very... 15. Love 15. You go to the amusement park, do you? Every day. Beautiful forehand winner. You're describing most American suburbs. Am I? Maybe suburbs in Australia are different. There's way more, like, they're way closer together. It's way more, there's more density in Australia, maybe. It's just like, everything's like so much more like, even though it's like a pain in the ass to get anywhere, you have to drive everywhere, but that's a whole nother issue. Don't even get me started. Ew. $15. That goes out by Rybakina. 30-15. 30-15. Has anybody been to Cincinnati Open, and is it a pain in the ass to get to? Like, how hard is it? Hard, like, if you stay, okay, if I'm going to the Cincinnati Open, right, and I stayed in Cincinnati, the city, would I have to hire a car? Could I get a bus? Like, how do I get there? Or is there a train right near it? Like, what's the deal? Like, if I don't have a car, can I walk there? Definitely not. 4-1 from Rybakina as a winner. 30-0. Like, what's the how do I get there? You have to drive or take an Uber. See, and that, for me, right, if you have to do that, then that's bad. Not bad, it's just, that's inconvenient. Rybakina's already 10 winners. 30-0. You have to drive. So wait, if I go there, I have to hire a car or pay someone else to drive me there. And then I have to how do I get back though? So I have to get another Uber back. See, that's not fun. Australian Open, you can literally walk there after you, from a hotel. Anyways, an ace down the tee. So it's like Indian Wells, right? Where you have to drive there. That's probably like most tournaments though in America, right? You have to drive. You can't like walk to the event or can't get a train. Is Washington close? Washington's probably public transport. If you can't get there by public transport, then it's accessibility is low for me. It's like it's out of 5 stars. If you have to drive, it's like a 1 out of 5. Accessibility is a 1 out of 5. Like if you get off the plane in Cincinnati and you're in the middle of downtown, if you can't get there by a bus or a train, it's bad for me. That's a 1. 0 for the walk score. Yeah, you can't walk there. Well, you could. It just take 3 days. Deuce. Is Miami's in like the middle though, right? Or it's like could you get a bus to Miami? You can, right? Miami's in a better location. Osaka's net by Rybakina, advantage Frech. Things are really spread out, yeah. DC's an 8-hour away driving. Yeah, from Cincinnati. We're not talking about Cincinnati going to DC from Cincy. We're talking about DC and DC. If I was in DC, how do I get to the Open, right? How do I get to the Washington Open? I'm not saying how do you get from I'm not saying DC to Washington. I do DC to Cincy. If I stay in Cincinnati, how could I go to Washington? Can I walk? Anyways, back in return into the forehand of Frech. Back in now from Rybakina in the forehand of Frech. Rybakina forehand goes into the forehand of Frech. The backhand of Rybakina. Frech backhand on the stretch. is wide, and we get back to deuce. Back to deuce. You know what, chat? I found my pen. Don't stop looking, everybody. I found it. It's all right. Hey, no. I found it. It's right here. I found it. That's a good episode of Community. Go watch that. Where is it? Where was the pen? It was in. Pierce had it all along. Spoilers. All right, deuce. As a return goes into the forehand of Frech. Back behind Rybakina. A good shot. All right, advantage Frech. All right, game Frech. Good serving. All right, 4-all. By the way, chat, give me some other when we're judging events, right? We're judging tournaments. What other parts of the tournament do we judge? So we, if we're gonna put together, we're gonna put together like the best. What's the best Grand Slam or the best tournament in the world? What would be the criteria that we judge it off? What would be the if we were gonna specifically judge? Let's say we judge the best Grand Slam in the world. How would we judge it by, what would the criteria be? Ambience? Ooh, good one. I mean, affordability, right? Cost, right? Like, what you get for your money, right? Weather, good one. Weather's a big one. And I'll put together weather or roof, right? Because if it's got terrible weather and no roof, that's gonna hurt you. Like if I'm walking in with a clipboard and we're judging these things, what are we doing? Accessibility, good one. As that goes down the tee from Rybakina, great serve, 30-15. Because you could have crap weather, but if you have a roof, you get bonus points. All right, first serve, default, second serve. Staffing. How would we judge staffing? I don't have crowd vibes. Yeah, that's sort of ambience, right? Crowd vibes, ambience. All right, forehand now goes in from Rybakina. And Frech puts up a lob. In comes Rybakina with a forehand drive volley winner. And it's 40-15 Rybakina. Accessibility and ticket-friendly pricing. Yep. How iconic is it? Yeah, so history, maybe. History or iconic. Because if it's a new one, we're probably going to... like the one in Saudi, for example, that's coming out in a couple of years, probably got less history to kind of... and memories, right? Nostalgia, all that kind of stuff. Duration. Oh, that's a good one. All right, Rybakina holds. Because, yeah, I feel like 1 week Masters are getting a lot more... like Doha and Dubai are becoming a lot more popular because they're 1 week. What else are we judging? Cocktail menu. Okay. Alcohol price. All right, we see priorities. Oh. Do we add in trophy design? Does the trophy design make a difference? Probably not. That's just my personal... That's a pet peeve of mine, all right? That's probably got nothing to do with, like, the overall tournament. If the trophy looks ugly, it doesn't make a difference, really, does it? I mean, look, Canada might have an ugly trophy, but it might be really accessible. So that's probably bonus point. The trophy being ugly is this is a me problem. That's just my problem. I just got a problem with that. Nearby attractions? Oh yeah, that's a good one. Like what to do there? Because like if you're going right, like this is for like if I'm going to Cincinnati, right? I want to go to the Cincinnati Open. I'm not going to Cincinnati for a day. I'm going to go there for like maybe a couple of days. So what else can I do? I go to the tennis one day. Is there anything else to do? Right? Is there anything else around that I can like what am I going to do on the day that I don't go, right? Because if it's in the middle of nowhere, like I think, like Indian Wells, right? It's a beautiful. I mean, that's another thing, right? Aesthetics, right? If I can spell it, like how it looks, right? I mean, Indian Wells is such a stunning venue, or at least it's a stunning location with the mountains and the whatever. But what happens if what am I going to do on the other days? Like, what am I walk around the desert? Like, what's up? Like, what is there to do in Indian Wells besides the tennis? Like, what am I going to do? And play golf? All right, 5-4. Rybakina leads. Celebrity attendance? Is that a big deal? I don't know. Thanks, Deb. I already saw that. Don't tell anyone. Keep it secret. All right. Rybakina, love 15. You can go rock climbing in Indian Wells? Okay. Food quality and price? Yeah, how do I find that out though? Unless I go there. All right, chat. Fine, I'll go on a tour of all the 1000s and I'll judge them all in real life. I can't judge the food. Oh, it's starting to rain. Starting to rain. Starting to rain. It's only a little bit of rain. All right, so players are just going to chill for a second while they wait to see what happens next. People are putting on plastic bags and ponchos. That's what they are, though. Ponchos are just plastic bags with holes in them. Yeah, so there's only a little bit of rain. It's not going to be anything crazy, so we should be good. I don't think the players are going to leave the court. All right, so what else? What else? Any other things that we need to add on this list of requirements? If you're just joining us, it's starting to rain, but their players are still there. We're just trying to put together a list of like if we're going to judge all the 1000s and the Grand Slams and all the 500, like what are the requirements that we should put on the checklist? So if you have any options, security concerns. I mean, how do we? But I don't know. That's a tough one. Security concerns. I don't know. That's a hard one to judge. Safety. Again, it's like that's a tricky one because I mean most of the tournaments seem safe. So I mean, how do we like? They'd all get like a 5. Like if I'm going to Cincinnati, I'm not thinking of like safety. I'm thinking of like how much money is it going to cost me to spend. Safety does matter, but I'm just thinking like that's probably not something that I'm thinking straight away. Like that's not one of the biggest issues for me. I'm not thinking like, is Mason, Ohio safe? I'm thinking, how the hell am I going to get there? Because like safety is an issue for every tournament, and it's also, but like they wouldn't be playing in an unsafe environment if they, anyway, right? You would hope not. Court color. Does that really affect your experience at the venue though? Public transport. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer. Not a funny joke. Weather control. Yeah, we talked about that. Weather control or roof. All right, players are back on court. Rain has subsided. No, they haven't. They're leaving the court. Okay, the players are leaving the court. All right. It's not going to be a terrible, a long delay, but it's annoying. It's just an annoying delay. Facilities and activities like entertainment on the grounds. Okay. What other things? What other things could we add like to our checklist? So what we've got is accessibility, right? How to get there? Do you get there by car, train, whatever? Attractions near it. So like, what else are you going to do there, right? After the tennis, ambience, facility, affordability, weather. What's the history behind the tournament? I think that matters. How long is the tournament? And then, like accommodation, I guess, is nearby attractions. But anything else? I think that's a pretty good list. Because I think people get confused that like they think Wimbledon is in London. And it is, but it's not in the middle. You got to drive out there. You got to train out there. But the Australian Open is in the middle of the city. Like it's lit. Like you get. You know what another thing is? And this is something that people will get very confused with in Melbourne, is how to get from the airport to the venue. Because, and if you've been, like, I mean, I travel, when I travel, I try and get the cheapest flights. But usually the cheapest flights, as I found in Japan and Beijing, is, and I knew this anyway, and Melbourne, is like, you go to the airport that's furthest away if you get the cheapest flight. So you have to get off at the airport and then you have to take a 2-hour bus, right? To get to the city sometimes. So I think that matters too. Like how close, if you're flying into if you're flying into Cincinnati, how do you go from the airport to the, like if you're planning a trip, that's what I'm doing in my head, right? I'm planning a trip. How close is the airport? Because I feel like that's something I would consider if I'm going to these tournaments, especially Indian Wells. Because if you go in, you're like, oh, it's in California. Let's go to Los Angeles. Yeah, and then what? Take a 4-hour train, like 4-hour drive. Like Indian Wells is not in LA, right? So if you're flying into Los Angeles, you got to get a car, right? Whereas other venues, like I said, you know, like if you, I think, isn't the US Open near an airport? No, which tournament's near an airport? Is it the US Open? Like you can get off at an airport in New York and you could probably just get to the venue in 20 minutes, right? Is it New York? What am I thinking? Maybe I'm thinking Toronto. US Open has like 3 airports. Yeah, New York has 1 million airports. LaGuardia is near the US Open. I thought so. So yeah, like that. I think that matters, right? I think that matters. Like how easy is it going to be for me to get off the plane and go to the tennis within the same day? Could I do that, or is it going to be too far, too much effort? By the way, it's not raining. It's not raining heavy. It's just enough to be unsafe. And the players will come back soon. Eala is supposed to play in 6 hours. Yeah, no, she'll be playing in like 7 hours. She's playing after Zverev. Zverev plays like long matches. Take an Uber. Okay. All right. I think that's a pretty good list. Basically, Chad, I'm just asking you this because I need to plan my trip, so this is perfect. Just so I have everything I need to consider when I'm doing when I'm going to a venue. Thank you, chat, for all your help. I'm sure I'll have a lovely time. I'm sure I'll have a great time. Now that I know what to tick off my list. That's great. Hey, thank you, DJ, for the treat. Appreciate it. Yeah, this will be a brief delay. It's not gonna be crazy. They'll come back in probably about 5 minutes. You should try sometime and film it. Like a vlog, maybe. Maybe one day. Make sure there's a Waffle House. While doubles are restarting, are they? The players left the court, so there's gonna be a bit of a. They're gonna have to come back and set back up and stuff, but. It sucks, Chuck, because I've got a new box of cards, but I don't want to open them now because we don't. It's not. I want to save them for a long delay, which could be on Wednesday. Well, it could be later tonight. So I'm going to save the box of cards, box opening for probably the Hodar match when it starts pouring rain. It's going to be worse rain later. Potentially. Cam unlocked his planning ability. I'd make a hell of a tour guide. Or a tour... What is it? Travel agent? Maybe that's what I'll do next. For my next trick, I'll... become a travel agent. You know what? I'm like that guy, but without like the criminal part, without being I'm not a criminal. What's that movie? Catch Me If You Can. I'm like him. Like he just does all those different careers, but except I do it legitimately. Like I don't just like pretend like I'm a doctor, right? Yeah. For my next thing, I'm going to be a travel agent. That's my next career path, and then I'll open up a video store because everybody wants one. All right, it's not raining that bad. People are not leaving the stadium. There are people sitting around. It's not raining that badly. They played 6 points at the Demon match and it stopped. Yeah. Some covered courts. Well, they don't have those. Not here. Not here, not now. When you went to Wimbledon, did you do the queue? Yeah, I did. I was lucky because I lived in Wimbledon at the time. But I didn't even when I lived in Wimbledon, I lived on the other side, the cheap side. I didn't live in the where Wimbledon is. I didn't live in those houses. Those houses are expensive. I lived on the cheap side of Wimbledon, South Wimbledon. But I did have to get there. I still got me and my mate. We got there at like 5:30 a.m. I think. And yeah, we had to queue. Because we were planning on staying the night before. We're like, oh, let's go the day before and we'll just camp out. And then we're like, but we don't have any camping equipment. So how are we going to do that? And I was like, you know what? Screw it. We'll just wake up at 5 a.m. and we'll just go down there. And we'll just wait in the queue. If I didn't live like 10 minutes away by bus, then we probably would have camped out somehow. But it was a hot day, so it was great. We just sat in the queue, drank some beers, and waited 6 hours. Worth it. That's a whole experience in itself. Like joining the queue, that's like part of the experience. So like, you might be like, I want to go to Wimbledon for the tennis. Yeah, but you also got to go for the queue. Like Like the queue's also part of it. Like you have to earn your spot at Wimbledon. You can't just walk in. You got to earn it. You know, you want to go to Wimbledon. You got to. It's a mission. You need to do the hard yards. You know, they don't just let anybody in. You gotta work for it. It's great though. I loved it. I loved every second of it, and it went so fast. It's like a rain delay. Where like all of a sudden it was 5 hours. I'm like, oh, we're here. If you went alone. I mean, bring a book maybe if you went by yourself. But then people are talking in the queue. Like you make friends. That's great. Like you're just chatting to the people next to you because they're all doing this. We're all just sitting around. We're gonna be here forever, so we might as well make friends. Like it's awesome. Would I do it again? I don't know. Mate, probably. Then you go in there and you're like, this is crazy. Like it's crazy. You walk in and I'm like it's insane. Hey, thank you, lady, for the alerts. Appreciate it. And chat, stop calling me Unk. I don't know what it means. Aussies always used to live in Clapham and Battersea. Yeah, I lived in I frequently went out in the west. I was on the west side. I went out in Clapham a few times. I did go out in Clapham. It was fun to go out. But I lived in the west, so you know, Hammersmith. I love Hammersmith. I wish I lived in Hammersmith. Hammersmith is great. It's just too expensive. Hammersmith was sick. If I had $1 bajillion, I'd live in Hammersmith. I loved that place. That area was so fun. Such a vibe that I loved it. And then like Shepherd's Bush would go out there. And Shebu. It's great. Anyways, we never went out the east. Never. No, we don't go out east. I knew someone who lived in Canary Wharf, and I'm like, why? It's expensive. What are you living here? Why would you live in Canary Wharf? That's expensive. Yeah, Elephant and Castle. I swear I went to Ministry of Sound in Elephant and Castle. Isn't that where Ministry is? Or is that somewhere else? I've got a mate in Chiswick. Okay. And another who lived in Teddington. Teddington's ages away. Isn't Teddington like not even on the tube line, right? It's way out. I knew people that lived in Teddington. Isn't that where the rugby venue is? Somewhere out there? Teddington was like out. But Elephant and Castle was, I remember going there. Canary Wharf, the flats are 200k already in 19. Oh, that's Twickenham. Sorry, Twickenham. That's what Twickenham is what I'm thinking. You're right. It's near enough. Okay, it's close. Okay. Remember one time, me and my friends, we went out to Croydon, which is just past Wimbledon. It's a different place out there. It's a different world out there. It turns into like that goes from like London to something else. Like, and it's just like a couple of stops off. Like you get off at Wimbledon, which is the end of the line, and then you get on like the tram. Is it the tram? Or like the train, like the other train, and then you get to Croydon, and it's just like it's different out there. But we're Aussie, so it was great. Different, definitely not London anymore. But it is London, I think, technically. South Ealing. Used to live in South Ealing. Yeah, Wimbledon. Okay, yeah, you get the tram out to Croydon. Croydon slightly beyond. Yeah, I remember doing that. I don't know why we did that. I think one of my friends worked out there. Maybe Earl's Court. I've been out to Earl's Court a few times. Have you been to Richmond or Kew? Yeah. Isn't there a deer park out in Richmond? Is that where the deer park is? By the way, 3 people in the chat know what we're talking about. Everyone else is like, London? Piccadilly Circus. Isn't there a deer park out there? I had a friend that lived out there. These are cool names. Yeah. I had friends that lived in, what's the north? What's in the north? What's at the north? What's that? Where's the Arsenal Stadium? Around there? I had friends that lived out there too. Richmond Park is a lot of deers. Okay, cool. I do remember that. By the way, apparently they've come back on the other courts, but they're not coming back here. So this is weird. I don't know why we haven't come back here. It seems like De Minaur's back on court. I'm a Londoner, 18 years and counting. Hey, I'm an Aussie in London. I was an Aussie in London. I don't think that counts. Tottenham. Nah, not Tottenham. Islington. Is that it? Maybe Islington? Yeah, maybe that sounds familiar. I didn't venture north very often. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm enjoying the conversation. Yeah, we're just talking about all the places in London. As a Bromian and now Stratfordian, I find London quite overwhelming. Yeah, fair enough. I live like a quick 30-minute train ride from London. Okay. I live in Islington. There you go. Yeah, Islington was fun. I had friends that lived up there. Go up there, go out around there. That was fun. I had a friend that lived in... Oh, shit, where did she live? She lived in... Okay, Londoners. Give me some northwest. Northwest. Sketchy northwest areas. Have I been to Mayfair? Yeah, that's expensive. I wouldn't... Brick Lane. Yeah, I went to Brick Lane a few times, but not very often. What's northwest? Sketchy northwest. Halst? No. Something starting with H. Where does she live? Kilbourne. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Harrow? I'm thinking of something else. She lived in this area and it was really like dodgy. Remember going up there and being like, "You live here?" She's like, "Yeah, it's great." Is it? She lived there for a couple of months and then we... Halston! She lived in Halston. Yeah, I remember going to Halston. Like, all right, I guess there's nowhere to go. We just... Yeah, Halston. Oh, yes. It was interesting. That was a different area, that one. London is very diverse. You can go to so many different places and it just feels like a totally different place. It's very, like, you know, you get like, you know, you get London and then you get like, you just go to like little pockets and it just feels totally different. No play before 3 p.m. All right, so we've got 30 minutes. Oh, yes. Harry Potter Studios is not in London, it's in Hertfordshire. Yeah, it's not close. London is great for museums, yeah. Yeah, Harry Potter World or whatever it's called. It's not in the city. The Earth should be flat, not round. Because every time we have to watch Eala matches midnight or early morning. What? I don't get it. I don't get... Why does the Earth have to be flat? No silly o'clock matches, but don't worry, the Asian swing comes up after this, and then there'll be all nice time zones for our me included. It's 4:30 in the morning here. I mean, you're preaching to the choir here. I'm not sitting back thinking. I know how you feel. I feel the exact same way, but I also know that that's just how we have to. We have to just. That's a tennis fan. Life of a tennis fan. If you're in the Philippines or in Southeast Asia, you're in Australia, and you're new to the sport, this is how it is. You get maybe 2 months a year where it's on during the day, and the rest of the time, you're pulling all-nighters. Did you see any Shapovalov Hodar match? It was epic. Hodar save match. Yeah, Hodar, that was a great match. I watched that before we went live for the Zverev match the other day. It was great. It was a crazy match. Are there any tournaments in the Dominican Republic? None on the ATP WTA, but there are probably challenges on the Are there challenger events? There's a lot. By the way, there's a whole another world you could explore with tennis, right? And I wish I had the time to do it and like deep dive into it. You could follow. You could be like, you know what? Screw the main tour. I'm following challenges because challenges are like there's so many. There are so many every week. There's like 6 events every week. You could be like, you could be super into like you could exclusively just hang out there. Obviously, you know, you'd miss out on you'd see a lot of play. It's like you know with the football in Europe, right? You could watch the Premier League, but you could also get really into the third league, right? Let me have a look. So where are we? The Challenger Tour is crazy. There's like 100. There's like, okay, I'm looking here, right? There are 252 tournaments a year. What? 250, and that's on the men's side. The ladies also have their own, right? You could watch. There's 250 tournaments, and you can watch them for free. You can watch them all for free because they're on the they're on their own. They show them for free. Anyways, I love the Challenger Tour is so fascinating to me. I need to go to a Challenger event in Australia. There are some around. I need to make the effort. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe you know what? Maybe I'll do that is there one in December? When we don't have anything to do? Maybe I'll do that. No, I don't. Anyways, what country did you say? Dominican Republic. Let me have a look. Yeah, there is. So there's a in Punta Cana, there is a Challenger 175, which is actually the biggest one, like the one of the big ones in March. So there's that tournament. Some of the players that played, Navone won the whole thing. Blocks, who just played before he played. Manarino played. Borges. Sorry, Borges didn't play. Manarino didn't play. Sorry, my bad. Wrong tournament. Kecmanovic played, you know, Bellucci. So you could go to that. So that's in March. That's the only one. There's only one on the Challenger circuit for the men, but you could go see that. And a 175 is sort of like, you know, you're going to get some big players play. It's on a hard court too. It's on hard court, so yeah, you could get some good players playing there, or some like, you know, lower ranked players there. But you could definitely see some tennis. Didn't they used to have a tournament in Tunisia, 250? What happened? Yeah, they did. They did used to have one. I think because Ons is not on the tour, they probably stopped going there. But they used to have one. Yeah, what happened? I don't know what happened. Where the hell is the tournament? It's still raining, or it's like still suspended. Yeah, when did they had it last year, right? No, it wasn't last year. It was 2 years ago. Yeah, they had one in the Jasmine Open. It was a hardcourt event after the US Open, but it's gone now. Yeah, it only lasted 3 years, which is a bit of a shame. So no, it didn't. Yes, it did. That sucks. It was only 3 years. I guess because look, it came out in 2022. Ons Jabeur was up the top at 2022, so you know it makes sense that they would visit Tunisia through Ons, right? Because of her. But then yeah, it was around for a couple years, and then unfortunately has been cancelled. But yeah, look, and it's one of those things, right? It's kind of like what they're doing with the Philippines in Eala, right? They're going to test out the waters of some new areas, and if it doesn't work, they're not going to keep going. If it does work, they're going to keep going. So they gave it a bit of a shot. It's hard too because they're banking on Ons playing every year, and they're banking on her being healthy and ready to go. So if she doesn't play one year, the tournament sort of lose the face of the tournament, right? And then they have to try and promote the tournament without Ons. It's not easy. Like if the Philippines didn't have Eala, that would be hard to promote the tournament. You would at first. So that's a shame. But look, they did go there for a couple of years. It's a shame that they scrapped it. Not a lot of tournaments in Africa. Yeah, is there any tournaments in Africa now? I don't think there's any tournaments in Africa now. Except for Morocco, right? Morocco have a tournament. Yeah. Rabat is the only tournament in Africa, I think. And that's just before the French Open. So lots of players are going from Rome to Paris. They're not going from Rome to... And Strasbourg's a 500, so it's sort of very hidden away. I think that's the only African tournament, which is kind of sad. On the men's side, I don't think there's any. But that's the thing, with the expansion of the 1000s, right? It's they take up 2 weeks, right? So they eliminate a bunch of tournaments because they can't have tournaments at the same time. With the 1000s get the spotlight. You expand tournaments to 2 weeks, which already, like Atlanta got cancelled, right? Which was a great event for a while. You're losing all these other events. I think Cleveland got cancelled, or maybe that came back. I can't remember. There's a lot of events that kind of get scrapped because the 2-week Masters they take up 2 weeks now. But then but then there's less opportunity for countries or continents like Africa to host events because Cincinnati is taking up all the space or whatever. So it's a little bit of a shame, they don't get to the host venue. They don't get to host events. Marrakesh. Yes, Marrakesh is on the tour, right? Marrakesh, yes. You're right. But again, it's funny because Morocco, Tunisia, right? They're sort of right near Spain and Italy, and it's not that far away. So it's very I remember when I lived in the UK, Morocco and Tunisia was such an easy place to go. It's very logistically, it's not very hard. It's only a couple of hours, so you can get there and get back on the same day if you have to. But it's very accessible. But then you don't really go to the middle of Africa or anything like that. Yeah, but the thing is, it's like we just mentioned with the Tunisia tournament, right? Jabeur pops off. They put a tournament in Tunisia. She goes and plays. It doesn't hold, it doesn't hold itself up without her there, and it gets cancelled. They need to have players doing well from Africa to give them a reason to go to Africa. The tour, right? There's challenger events all the time in Africa, right? There's ITF events. There's so many events in Africa, but there's no major events are there. No 250s, no 500s. But they need a reason to go there, right? Financially, or because there's someone like Eala popping off. So going to the Philippines, no brainer. So yeah, and Africa's not if they were they would have to do a whole. Almost like what they do with South America, how they go to they do it all in one go. And, the Brazil, Argentina, Chile, they cover the whole thing in 1 month. They'll need to do that with Africa if they wanted to do it. They'd have to go, you'd have to put in, let me have a look. You'd have to, put in Kenya, South Africa, because, you'd have to make it worthwhile. You can't just be like, oh, I'm just going to go one place. Whereas the top of Africa, like I said, Tunisia, Morocco, accessible for Europe, right? But if you wanted to go to Nigeria, right, or you wanted to go to, if you wanted to go to Zimbabwe or Kenya or Ethiopia, right, and you wanted to host events there, you'd have to make a whole swing of it. You'd have to be Egypt to Ethiopia to Kenya. to Zimbabwe to South Africa, maybe Madagascar, right? I mean, you'd have to make like a 4-week thing, right? Where the players can actually go from one to the next. So it's not just like, oh, I'm just going to go to Zimbabwe, which is the bottom of Africa, and then you got to come back, and it's going to be like a 12 hours down, 12 hours up, and it's like, shit, that's a pain, you know. But how do you get the tournament to want to go there? Well, either they have money there, which I don't know if they do, like, you know, they can afford to host events, or you have players that are, you know, that are super popular, and you want to, you know, you have a player from South Africa or whatever, and you kind of there's interest, right? And then it makes sense to you know, build a tour around that person, or build a tournament around that person. But at the moment, neither of those are true. So, you know, it's a bit of a shame. And I think that's the only way they get to South Africa again, because I know people were asking this the other day. Why do we have any tournaments in South Africa anymore? And, you know, you could say safety reasons and whatever, but it's also logistically, it's just so far away. You know, it's just, there's no, and you don't have any South African players that are in the top of the 10 or top 20 at the moment. So it's hard to justify a tournament in South Africa that unless financially they have, you know, and also the country need to, like, you know, do they care about hosting an event, you know? Maybe they're happy hosting rugby and cricket and soccer, right? They're doing fine with those sports. So why would they, you know, tennis might not be a priority for them. I'm surprised that Johannesburg and Cape Town haven't got tournaments yet. But again, it's just too far. It's too hard to get there. It's too hard to get there. If you have a one-off tournament in Cape Town, how do you get there? Where do you put it in the tour that makes it, like, yeah, it's so remote. Like, I can't even imagine, like, how do you do you put it after the Australian Open? Are people going to South Africa from Perth? I don't know. Like, that's still like a 12-hour trip. And then you've got to go from South Africa to Europe? I mean, it's not on the way, right? It's very... There's like, if you look at the tour, right? Look at the structure, right? They start in Australia. Summer, right? In Australia. But then when they go from Australia, you go to the Middle East in February, right? That's on the way. That's on the way to Europe, or, you know, whatever. So, like, it's not that far away. So it's easy for the players to get adjusted for the time zones. And, you know, it's only like a 9-hour flight or 8-hour flight, whatever. And then you go to Indian Wells, which is, you know, I mean, you could go, or you go back to Europe, right? You could go, oh, I'm going to go play Doha, and then I'm going to go home, or I'm going to go, you know, whatever. Or then you go to Indian Wells, right? Which is a little bit of a flight if you're going from like Doha, like Dubai to Indian Wells. It's not, that's a long flight. But so, you know, so is Europe to Indian Wells, right? If you're going from London to California, that's a 12 hours, right? And then you're going from there over to the other side of, you know, the country, right? You're going to Miami, and then Miami back to Europe. It's not that bad. Like, so that's like when you're putting in these tournaments. Okay, well, where would we put a Cape Town event? Yeah, after Wimbledon, maybe you could put on after Wimbledon. I guess. I don't know. Or do you put it after the Australian Open as a way to jump? Like, can you go from like Melbourne to Cape Town to Buenos Aires? Like, do you do that? Like, could that work? I mean, that would be a commitment. You'd need like a South African prodigy to be the face of that tournament, to make it worth anyone's while. Like, you'd need like a South African Alcaraz or Fonseca or Hodar, or like, you'd need somebody who was just like this, like, bright star coming out of, or like, you know, like an Eala or like an Andreeva or someone, like, you know, a South African player that's like flying up the rankings, because otherwise they're not going to consider it. And it sucks because South Africa do have a good like a history in tennis, right? They have a lot of players that have come out of South Africa and done really well. Good frequent fly miles, yeah. Anyways, maybe Nigeria with its oil may get a tournament soon. I mean, look, we talk about like, I mean, if you look at it's interesting because like I know, look, we look at the Middle Eastern tournaments, right, and we know why the tournament tour goes there. We know why. It's not because there's local talent. There are, but there's not that, not like, they're not producing Alcarazes in Doha and Dubai just yet. So we know why they're going to those areas, and look, fair enough. It's a business, right? And it's also, I mean, it's been 25 years of Dubai, and it's one of the best tournaments in the world. It's one of the best. It's iconic, right? At this point, whereas when it first came out, when Dubai was first becoming a thing, it would have been a real even Asia. I mean, the Asian swing is only 15 years old. Going to China in 2000s was not like going to China in like the early 2000s was not a thing they really did. They went to Japan and Tokyo and stuff, but like they never really went to like China was not a massive like the tour looked a lot different in the 90s, and China wasn't on their list. It wasn't really a priority. Whereas now the Asian swing is basically China, right? I mean, it's Shanghai, Wuhan, Beijing, and then all the smaller tournaments are all around Asia, or all around China as well, right? Whereas Dubai's been around longer than Shanghai on the tour. But even then, I mean, I think there was, where did I read this? I read something about the first Dubai Open, and it was a real there was a lot of controversy around it because of it was such an out of pocket. It's like, all the things that we said, like, no, there's no tennis history there. Like, why are they going there? What a strange thing to do. What's the point? And then Federer was like endorsing it, and everyone was like, what the hell is going on? Wait, did I read? I literally read this the other week, like the other month. And like Nadal was opposed, I think. I can't remember. Like there were people that were just like not happy with it. And it was like a real controversial topic. That people would like, but then obviously there was appearance fees, so people were like, it's kind of, I guess it was a little bit like how Saudi had like a couple of years ago, it was like very controversial to go there. People were like, oh, why are you accepting this this stuff? Sorry, Dubai's been around for 33 years. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah, where did I read it? By the way, Federer dominated that tournament. That was Federer's home. They paid him a lot to be there, and he promoted that tournament. I mean, look, that tournament might not be the tournament it is if it wasn't for Roger, because then Rafa started playing it eventually. Yeah, there was something. Yeah, it was. I mean, in the 90s, playing in Dubai was kind of out of that was random as hell. Yeah, I can't find any. I've got to do more deep dive into it. But yeah, it wasn't the. It was a bit of out of this a bit out of pocket. It was a 250 when it first started too, and then it became a women's event in 2001. But yeah, I mean, there's we're going out there, and not so much young talent coming out of there yet. Hey, Perk, thank you for 24 months. We got about another 10 minutes, and they'll be back. Sun's out. Sun's out. The sun is out. Osaka Castella, but that wasn't stylistic. Wait, what? Hey, Justine, what's going on? Hopefully you're all right, Justin. Hopefully you're getting better, mate. You're welcome anytime. Sports watching is a problem, but fans don't represent the governments. Rude won't go there. Look, I don't want to get political. I don't want to get political, but like, I don't want to open this. Do I want to talk? Do I want to? Let's just briefly skim over this topic because it's like it's a very. It's a very. It's not. It's not just like. Okay. It happens. Sports are used, for better or worse, by every country. So, you know, as much as it, yes, okay, sports washing is a thing. It does happen everywhere, right? It's like there's a lot of like. Look, there's an event that happened recently that you could argue was a distraction, right? Again, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. Don't push me. But sports are used for those reasons, and they're also used to promote the places that they're also used for good, to promote the places or like shed a light on the places that they go to, So it's not all bad, it's not all grim, but yes, that can be a thing. Moving on. Rybakina, the girl, fights against everything. Yeah. Well, Rybakina's playing well today, so don't get mad. Weather update: it's not raining. They're going to come back in 10 minutes. They're going to be back in 10 minutes. Ten minutes. 10 more minutes. Now we do have more rain. It seems like we have more rain on the way. It could be on and off like this for a bit longer during the day. We might be okay for now, though. I'm just having a look. Actually, no. We've got probably about an hour before things happen again. Oh, shit. Okay, no. It's going to rain. Okay, we got... I mean, if we get through this match, it would be a miracle. There is some crazy rain coming in about an hour. Things are going to get real crazy in about an hour. If you could go to one tournament in the US, where would it be? Indian Wells. Hang on. US Open. US Open. Because I haven't been to the US Open. US Open. If it can't be a Grand Slam, it'd be Indian Wells. US Open. I'll pick US Open. Are we on for Eala later? Of course. Of course. We've got Eala. We've got... I'm more excited for Venus Serena, personally. Because doubles is just crazy fun to watch, but also I love Serena, so... We are... that's going to be really fun. But yeah, we're watching Eala as well. South Africa used to have the Soccer World Cup promote itself, but I loved it. Rubbing shoulders with the rest of the world in my city was amazing. Yeah, and those trumpets, they were fun. I can't believe they got banned. There's such a vibe. There's such a weird vibe. I love it. I kind of loved it though. Like that constant like in the background. Vuvuzela, that's it. Yeah, those are crazy. I want one. Am I doing the graveyard shift? I live in the graveyard. I run the graveyard shift. I am the graveyard shift. I live here. I don't know when I'm not doing the graveyard shift. I'm the caretaker of the graveyard. Tennis podcast said that Venus should maybe move on to doubles and let the singles wildcard deserving players. Chat. I respect their opinion, but chat. I am going to die on this hill. Venus deserves wildcards. I'll die on that hill. Venus deserves wildcards. Do you think Rybakina will win the Korea Slam one day? No, because she can't win the US Open for some reason. She doesn't play well in New York, so I don't think she will. Also, clay's becoming very hard. Like clay players are getting. There's more and more players doing well on clay. So I'm going to say no. I don't think she'll win all four. She might win the US Open, but I don't know. The French Open feels like. I don't think Rybakina is going to win the French. There's a lot of good clay players coming through. Swiatek's obviously established. Andreeva won this year. Kostyuk's popping off. I mean, there's so many good clay players. Gauff, obviously. So I'm going to say no. Agree. Venus deserves all wild cards. Yeah. And I'm dying on that hill. End of the day, Venus is a legend who can do what she likes. Exactly. And the tournaments would be stupid not to give her a wild card. By the way, imagine being a tournament director. Let's say you're the tournament director of Washington, right? And Venus calls and says, hey, I want to play. And you turn around to Venus Williams and you say, yes, sorry, Venus Williams, superstar. We're going to give your wild card. We're not giving you a wild card because we're going to give it to some young player. Venus Williams will never be there again. She will never call you again. She will be like, right, Washington, never again. You really want to be the person that screws up? By the way, tournament director also owes it to the fans to get the best lineup at a tournament, right? So, like, if you're the tournament director of Washington, you're trying to get the best players in the world to play. And Venus calls you and says, I want to play. Venus Williams on your roster for that tournament is going to be insane. So, of course, you're going to give her a wild card. Of course, you're going to want her to be there. Because if you turn her away, she won't come back. And you've just robbed everybody in Washington or wherever of Venus ever coming back. You've screwed that up. So, of course, you're going to give her a wild card because it's Venus Williams. But also, again, it gives the chance. I mean, how lucky you are that she wants to play there, right? Like, how lucky. Same with Serena. Like, how lucky are you to get a Williams sister at your event? That's why she deserves wildcards, because that's what she did. I mean, we watched the first match. She lost in straights. That was a crazy atmosphere. Crazy crowd. You know? Again, I keep saying this every time we watch Venus, even when we don't watch Venus, but I will die on that hill. Venus Williams deserves all the wildcards in the world. She's not robbing anybody. She's not stealing from anybody else. There's a lot more wild cards to go around, and if the tournament don't give the wild cards to others, that's their fault. But, you know, there are a lot of young players. Also, there's a lot of young players in America that don't need wild cards, right? Now, if she goes and plays in Berlin or Bad Berg, gets a wild card, yeah, okay, she might be taking a wild card away from some German players, but there's more than one wild card to give out. You know, there's a few wild cards there, right? If we go back to Bad Berg, right? She was a wild card there, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, she got a wild card there. Eva Lease got a wild card as well, right? German player. They gave one to Bolter and Zhang. They didn't even give it to the German player. Like, they could have given the other three to German players, but they didn't. They gave it to Lease, who is the best of the young German players anyway. And then they made the rest of them play qualies. Seidel could have got a wild card. Korpatch could have got a wild card. A player that did get a wild card to the qualies lost in the first round. But like Seidel, I think is like another good young German player. They didn't give her a wild card. They could have. I mean, they gave a wild card to Bolter, which we love Katie Bolter, but like, why are they giving Katie Bolter a wild card and not a young German player? That's more of a surprise. You know, Bolter, why is she playing in Germany anyway? Why isn't she playing in the UK? That's weird too. But again, Venus is not robbing people. I think there's this misconception that like there's only one wild card, and that Venus is getting them all, and that's not fair. It's like no, there's actually more than one. There's 4 wild cards at 500 sometimes, and it's on the tournament to pick who plays and who gets those. It's not Venus who's hoarding these wild cards. But also she's played tennis for 30 years. She's earned, talking about deserved, she earned that. She's earned it. And yes, okay, she hasn't played well lately, but Venus has got a legacy. And some players are bigger than the sport, and Venus and Serena are 2 of those players. I think people got their faves, and they can do no wrong in their eyes. To be honest, Bolter did end up beating... Yeah, but... Okay. Hindsight, yeah, Bolter was a great pick. But I'm talking about at the time, right? Like, you've got 4 wild cards. Again, if you got to play tournament director. If you're the tournament director, what are you going to do? Like, that's where I think people get confused too. Or like that's where I get confused by when people say she doesn't deserve them. I'm like, but if you're the tournament director, what, you're not going to give, like you're gonna hurt your tournament by ignoring Venus's calls? Like, come on. Like, you've got to put yourself in the tournament director position and go, okay, how can I put the best event possible together? You put Venus in there, right? Like, you're not going to say no to Venus Williams if you're the tournament director, right? So yeah, people should be putting the heat on the tournament directors. Venus is not going to step aside and say, "Oh, actually, no, what? Yeah, you're right. The fans are right. Actually, it's not even her fans. The tennis people are right. Tennis fans are right. Her fans obviously wanted to play all the time, but like, she's not going to step aside. And the tournament is the one that gives her the wild card. So we should be, if you're not happy with it, you should be putting pressure on them, right? Being like, oh, the tournament, they're the problem, they're the blame, right? Blame the tournament. Don't blame Venus. Venus just wants to play, and the tournament are saying yes, you can play. So blame them if you're not happy with it. All right, they're back on court. That was a good yap. We got through that chat. Didn't even have to open a pack of cards. We might have to in an hour. Tournament directors have to be business savvy. Yeah. All right. When you watched Venus and Serena all these years and saw them each the top of their level, it is very hard to see them struggle. Of course. Same with Andy Murray. It was hard to watch him struggle towards the end. For sure. Right? But he also deserved wild cards, as does Stan, right? Stan the man Wawrinka, as did Cilic this week, right? Cilic got a wild card this week. Nobody was blinking an eye when he got that wild card. It was, oh, hang on, Marin Cilic got a wild card. What the fuck's that about? That's not fair. Marin Cilic got a wild, like, that's not fair. What about why didn't he give one to a young player like Van Asch? Why did Pirikar not get a wild card? That's not fair, right? It's because Marin Cilic is a legend. That's why he got a wild card. Now I get it. Marin Cilic has probably won more matches lately than Venus, but still, he lost first round. But it's because of what he's done, not because of what he's done lately. It's because of who he is. Marin Cilic deserves it. He's a former champion, right? Deserved. No problem with that. Also, I'm of the opinion as well that it's better for the young players to go and play qualies. Like you guys know that, like with Emerson Jones, right? I'm so happy that she's playing qualies, and even with Cruz Hewitt, I'm so glad that he's not getting free passes, because that doesn't help anybody if he loses first round as a wild card. It's much better, I think, for development if the young players are trying to qualify. Yeah, okay, give them an opportunity every now and again, but like wild cards going to young players all the time, I feel like that. I mean, especially if I know with Emerson Jones, she gets a wild card. She plays Swiatek first round French. She lost in straights. That doesn't help. Gives her a little bit of experience at the top level, but like that doesn't help her progression. It helps if she plays a challenger. It helps if she plays qualies, right? If she plays them, loses or wins in qualies, that's better for their development. So again, I don't mind young players not getting wild cards because they get more experience by trying to qualify. All right, we're back. They're back. They're warming up. But look, again, I'm going to die on the hill that Venus deserves it, and I'm not going to ever be mad. Unless she takes one from an Aussie. I'm kidding. Unless it's an Australian Open, then I'm pissed. I'm just kidding. I'm seeing all over the internet that Carlos is more likely to play the US Open than Sinner. Yeah, because people are freaking out about Sinner, which I don't like. It's more likely they both don't play. If Sinner's not going to play, Alcaraz won't either. They're both probably not going to play. They're both not going to play if they're both. No, I think people are just freaking out about Sinner. You mean people are speculating on the internet? There's no proof that either of them are going to not play or play. Hey, look, they might. Maybe it does, but like, come on. I can't make videos on speculation. I don't like making videos on speculation. I talked about the knee injury before it was announced that he wasn't playing Cincy, so I was happy with that. But like, I don't want to do like a Sinner speculation video. We'll find out by the weekend. They'll pull out before next week if they're not going to play. If they're not in New York by Monday, I'd be worried. If any of them are not in New York, I'd be worried. Because there's a time zone difference, there's a climate like you got to climatize. Like there's a lot of If Alcaraz and Sinner are not in New York by Monday next week, sound the alarm. That's a problem. But if they're on the plane or they're in New York, then everybody should relax. The bettors are freaking out. Yeah, see, I don't care about that. Yeah, people are concerned. Yeah, because they're betting on it. It's different. All right, here we go. We're back on Love 15 for Rybakina. Let's see if Frech can level here. Let's see if she can level. All right. Now we do have Hodar taking on Tabilo straight after this, but there is more rain around. Now, will it affect us? I don't know, but there is rain around, more rain around. So be prepared. I also do have a pack of cards that we can open, and I won't talk about Venus Williams and wild cards in the next rain delay. All right, here we go. Tough situation for Frech to come back from Love 15, serving to stay in it. This is going to be interesting. All right, Love 15. Serving to the forehand of Rybakina. Forehand now from Frech into the forehand of Rybakina. Rybakina into wide, and it's 15-all. Also, I tell you this as well, Zan. I don't really like I don't watch. Unfortunately, like I watch a little bit of tennis podcasts every now and again, like once or twice every couple of months. But I don't want they have their reasons why they think that, and that's fine. I'm not mad at that. I don't really like Like, unless it's like Tennis Channel have said something and it's like we can. I don't know. But I don't know why. Just like we can disagree. It's fine. 30-15. I don't like talking about. I don't really listen to many podcasts anyway. Do I watch Nothing Major podcast? No, not really, because I just don't have time to watch anything. 30-15. As a return, goes into the back of Frech, back in it from Rybakina to the back of Frech. Chat, who's winning this set? Let me know. As that goes out by Frech. 30-all. Oh, they did. Oh, so they okay. So they said what I said. Oh, okay. See, this is the thing. This is why I also don't like commenting on things that I haven't heard, because then people don't put the context in, and then I'm saying something that I'm replying to something that's not. Yeah, don't do that. Anyways, back in rally, Rybakina to win at 30-40. So you're saying that they also said that Venus deserves wild cards for fans' point of view and tournament directors, tournament organizers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Why'd you leave that off? That's so annoying. Don't do that. See, that's why I don't like talking. I don't like responding. Because I don't want. 30-40. Well, good. So okay, good. They said what I said. So I wasted like 30 minutes of talking for no reason. Backhand slice into the forehand of Frech. Backhand of Rybakina. It's Frech with a forehand into the forehand of Rybakina. Frech forehand again. Goes in the forehand of Rybakina. As Frech goes again to the forehand of Rybakina. It's gone forehand at the moment. Then Frech in the net. That is. I told you it was going to be rough. Rybakina takes the set 6-4. Coming back after a rain delay on serve to stay in it. That is rough, and that's why. Okay. That's why I don't like. If I haven't watched the podcast or haven't listened to the episode or haven't listened to the interview, chat just can. I can't get context. So then I'm replying to a snippet. It's like replying to going, oh, this person said this. Like, this person said this in the press conference. And it's like, this. Okay, what was the question? What did they say? What was the full quote? What is it? Like, I need more context. You can't just come in and go, these people said this. And then go, oh, actually, they also said what you just said. And then you just wasted 20 minutes of me talking about something that we didn't even talk about. 15 winners, 12 errors from Rybakina. 3 winners, 7 errors from Frech. Frech started really well, but Rybakina got better as it went on, and that rain delay definitely favored Rybakina. Or hurt Frech. Probably hurt Frech more than it favored Rybakina. Rybakina came out as she was playing before, but Frech came out and definitely was running a little nervous. All right. Rybakina, first set in the bag. All right. Fair enough, Joanne. I'm sure people watch this channel as well, and even though they don't like it, or they find it annoying, they're still here anyway. Shout out to the hate watchers. Oh, this guy annoys me, but I show up every day. 6-5. God, he's annoying. No, but I'm still here. Why are you still here? I don't know. Can't help myself. All right, 6-4. As Rybakina 15 love. Which mixed doubles team are confirmed at the US Open? I don't know. I made a video about it. I can't remember. First serve's a fault, second serve. Eala FAA. Djokovic Sabalenka. There you go. There's a good one. I think Venus and Bublik, maybe? I think. As with a 4 up the line from Rybakina, and then Frech gets it back, but Rybakina puts it away, 30 love. But we can talk to you, Cam. I think that's, yeah. See, that's the thing. And I think it's funny, like, the other day when, when we watched Venus, and there was a lot of negativity around. If I did a podcast and I didn't do live streams, I could just like not read the comments ever. But doing a live stream, you can't avoid, like, it's way harder to avoid comments, or it's way harder to ignore, because you see it like it's someone talking to your face, right? They're talking to me. So like, it's so hard. It's not hard, but it's like so much. It's so different to like just like posting a video and then never checking the comments. Whereas I'm sitting here and I can be like, I can't see the chat, but then all of you can see the chat, so like you can talk to each other and be like, why is he not talking to us? Like it's a different, totally different experience. So it's a lot harder to ignore the what's going on in the chat in a live setting, right? I mean, I could ignore everything. I could just not look at the chat, but that's the point of being here, a chat to talk to, right? That's why I started this channel, so I could talk to somebody. And why would I ignore you? All right, one love. But yeah. But also I can respond in real time as well. Whereas you can write a mean comment on one of my videos and I'll probably never see it. Except for that guy who's like a 4-year member. Well, no, he's how many? I think he's like a 2-year member. Where are you, Graham? Where are you, Graham? Come on, Graham. Show up to the streams, mate. You paid a membership and you still talk shit every video. It never comes through though. Nobody sees it. But where's Graham? Graham, I know you're watching. Where are you? You show yourself in the chat and you say it right now. This clown always picks Eala. You pay a membership for $1 a month, Graham. What do you mean? How am I a clown? You pay to be here and you hate me. What do you mean? Come on, Graham, where are you? Come on. You pay $1 a month to call me a clown. What are you talking about? Why do you watch the Eala videos? I don't understand. Graham, come on now. I love 15. I know he's here. He's somewhere here. Shout out to Graham. Thank you for supporting the channel, even though you say some mean things at times. I don't take it too serious. It doesn't ruin my day. I get it. Love 15. He's got a 4 in the net, 15 all. I do find it fascinating when people are like paying members, but then they support the channel, but they don't like the channel. It's weird. I thank you for your support. All right. First serve, default, second serve. As we serve. Into the 400 Rybakina. Rybakina hits it out in the return. 30-15. A lot of podcasts tackling tennis now, which is great for the sport, but I don't like the experts or former players overriding the trends and stats. It's a different time now. Yeah. Yeah, everyone has a podcast though, for everything. Podcasts are super popular, you know. COVID exploded, podcasts exploded during COVID, right? Everybody was home, so they're like, I'm going to buy a microphone. So, fair enough. Yeah, I look, and I don't watch. Look, I watch so much tennis, right? We're here all the time. You know, I think yesterday we watched probably about 8 hours of tennis, and now today we'll probably watch the same. I don't really listen to I don't listen to podcasts about tennis unless it's a topic that's like I want to get a different perspective on. That's the only time I'll have my opinion on it, and then I'll be like, what. Like, I want to get a bit of a vibe of like what, is there something I'm missing, right? Or I'll listen to interviews, like if Andy Roddick interviews Agassi, I'm watching that every day. If he's talking to Rafa, or if there's an interview with a player, I'll watch it. but I don't really listen to like draw previews and match previews and stuff because I don't want it to mess with what I'm thinking. Like, I don't want to be influenced. I don't want to listen to like, Andy Roddick breaking down the final of the US Open because I don't want that to like change. Like, I want to, I'll be watching the US Open. I'll have my own opinion on it, right? Maybe I'll have a different opinion. Maybe I'll have a different point of view, but I don't want to I don't want to just like parrot somebody, right? But if it's like somebody gets defaulted, right? Or something happens, right? Something controversial happens, or I'll have my opinion on it, but then I'll also listen to other people's opinion and go, okay, is there anything I'm missing? Right? If somebody gets defaulted, it's like, well, talk about it. And then that's the only time I'll really, check out anything else. Because also, like, I'm doing not just streams, but there's other videos coming out. And then when I'm not streaming and stuff, I'm like, I want to switch off so I can be ready for the next day. So I'll go listen to music, or I'll go do something that's different so that my brain doesn't fry. If I listen to like all these podcasts about tennis after I watched all this tennis, I'd go insane. I'd probably lose my mind. Yeah. 30 love. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm not saying, you should only listen to here. Like, definitely go. There's a bunch of good stuff out there for tennis, right? Go listen to all of it. Make up your own minds, right? Have your favorites. Go listen to all of it. Yeah. All right, 30-15. There's a default second serve. Is a possibility that there'll ever be at another Grand Slam? I hope not. I don't want another one. We don't need any more. I did a 4-4 rally. 4 is a good number. Backhand slice from Frech. Goes wide. 40-15. I'll tell you this. I think there's... you know what? Actually, no. Maybe I don't. Now that I think about it, the way that like things go, they probably would try and make a new slam just for the money. But I would think that it's probably more likely that a tournament gets relocated more than there would be a new slam. Like, if you're saying like, hey, there should be an Asian slam, it's more likely the Australian Open goes to Asia in the future, which I would hate, but whatever. But like, it's more likely that, I think that's more likely to happen, that they'd relocate something than create a new one. One, there's no time to do a new one. But 2, I don't think it would hurt the players if they had another slam. It's too much. Also, the Asian swing, having a slam in that would be so hard. 10 months into the year, you play another slam. A 5th slam? Too much. Too much. But we're back in a 2-1. But if I think about like how hard everyone's being pushed at the moment with these 2-week Masters, maybe there is there could be another slam just for the cash grab of it all, right? Which sucks. But like, financially, it might, the organizations might be like, you know what? Let's have another slam. And it's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want that. I don't want that. Like, I think that would it would dilute things, and it would just make it. Who's playing a slam in October? No one's going to be fresh. Nobody's going to be ready. Everyone's going to be injured by then. I don't know. Yeah. I don't want one. But also, like, I also don't want 2-week Masters. I also want no tournaments after a Grand Slam. Right? There's a lot of things that I want that will never come about because I'm not the one who's, I'm not the CEO. So there are already 2 hardcourt slams. I can't imagine another hardcourt or grass court slam. I agree. All right, here we go. 2-1 in the second. The Oz Open in Shanghai. You know what? They almost did move the Australian Open to Asia. There was a conversation about the Australian Open being relocated. It was almost going to go to Sydney, and then it was almost going to go to. It was almost going to be in Asia. There was a moment there, but thank God for me. Thank God, not for me, but thank God for my sake, it didn't move. Because I don't know if I'd be into tennis as much as I am if I didn't have a tennis. I don't know. If the Australian Open was in Sydney, I don't know if I definitely wouldn't be going as much as I have, again, gratefully, luckily, right? But I don't know how much I'd be into tennis if I hadn't gone to the Australian Open as a kid, So thankfully it didn't move. But there was a time where it was considered as a backhand rally. Up the line from Rybakina is a winner. It's 15-0. New slam where? Nowhere. No new slams. No new slams. Let's make a petition. No new slams. There's a bit of serve. Into the back end of Rybakina. Oh, return winner. Woo! All right, 15-30. Rybakina with the backhand winner. Go Sydney? No. Get the hell out of here. What are you doing awake? It's 5:30 in the morning. What are you doing awake? Go back to sleep, Sydney. Go back to bed. All right, 15-30. There's a bit of fault. Second serve. Second serve. As we return now to the forehand of Frech. Backhand now from Rybakina to the forehand of Frech. And Rybakina forehand to the forehand of Frech. They're just going forehand to forehand as Frech gets it back again. Rybakina up the line. Frech with a backhand slice on the stretch. As Rybakina comes in, puts it away. All right. 15-40, break points. You should move back to London so you don't have to stay up so much. Now, I've already talked about how that's a bad idea. I like staying up all night. I have no problem with that. Streaming all day inside, especially in summer, is not fun. It's hard. No, it's not that it's not fun. It's fine. It's just not. It's like I definitely miss out on a lot more in January than I would like to because of this show. So streaming all night's fine because I'm not missing out anyway. All my friends are asleep. Nobody's awake at 5:30 right now. Actually, no, that's not true. Maybe one of my friends is awake going to work. I was at a 4-4 rally. Up the line at the back end of Rybakina hits it out 30-40. Whereas if I was in America right now and I had to sit in a hotel room streaming for 8 hours a day, that wouldn't be fun. I wouldn't even be able to see any of the things. But in the middle of winter, sitting in a chair at 4 a.m. watching tennis is fun. That's great. I'm having a great time. Not missing out on anything. First serve default, second serve. Second serve. Serving to the back end of Rybakina. Rybakina hits it out. Frech survives. Deuce. Me getting some peace and quiet. Yeah. I'm hoping that it depends on tomorrow's schedule, but I'm hoping that Mia will be back soon. Should be back for the US Open. Now that my renovations are done. All right, first serve, default, second serve. Do I get full 8 hours sleep? No. Definitely not. I'm lucky to get 6. As with a 4-4 rally, that goes out by Frech. Another break point. We're back in her advantage. If I get 6 hours sleep, it's a win for me. During this time, during this part of the year, it's definitely a win. All right. All right, first serve, default, second serve. As the return goes back in Frech, up the line to the forehand of Rybakina. Rybakina hits wide. Back to deuce. Do you take naps? I've been accidentally napping recently, yes. I don't know why. You know what it was yesterday? I was just vibing, and then I passed out. I just passed out. I didn't mean to. It just happened. It was an accident. Ace to have a tee. And it's advantage Frech. Like, I was just sitting in my chair, and I'm listening to, because I wanted to listen to Kendrick Lamar, and I wanted to listen to the whole album from start to finish. And I got to, the 4th track, and I passed out. Not because it was boring, just because I was so tired. And I was lying, and I was, sitting in my chair, so I was just I just fell asleep. Anyways, 2-0, Frech with an ace. And it sucks, because I woke up, and I was like, oh, shit, I missed, I woke up at, track 7, and I was like, damn it, I shouldn't have sat down. But then if I'm walking around, I'm not listening to it. I'm just multitasking, and that doesn't help anybody. So, and I woke up and my power had gone out. It was just a weird time. Same thing happened the other day when that chair is too comfortable. That's what it is. All right, 2-0. All right, 15-love, nice serve. I was just chilling too much. That's what it was. I was just in such a zen mood that I fell asleep. I was just sitting there being like, hey, this is a good one. fell asleep. And then I woke up and I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, it's too comfortable. 30-love. I fell asleep in this chair the other day. That's a true story. It was after the Djokovic match. I passed out for 20 minutes. Return winner, 30-15. Because this chair goes like this, right? So this chair's like this, right? I'm just sitting there. I was just watching videos. I'm just start watching YouTube stuff. And I'm like, okay. And then I just fell asleep. I just passed out. And I woke up 20 minutes later, in a shock. I'm like, where am I? And then I thought I missed. Was it the Eala match? No, the Eala match had already happened. But I woke up in a shock because I was like, oh no, shit, I missed how long have I been out? And I thought I missed the matches we're going to watch. That's probably maybe I should sleep more. Maybe I need more hours. If I'm passing out of my chair. That was... Maybe I do need to sleep 8 hours. 40-15. We're back in a backhand win, a 3-2. So I don't usually nap, but I've been accidentally passing out. So that's been fun. What's that thing that people have when they just randomly fall asleep? What's that? Narcolepsy? Is that what it is? Is that what it's called? I'm starting to develop that. Not narcissism. I don't have that. I think it's not. Isn't it? Is it? What's when people just randomly fall asleep? Yeah, it is. Yeah. I think that's that's not good. Yeah, I think that's what I'm starting to. I'm just randomly falling asleep. Yeah. it's a trip. I'll just make sure I don't take any public transport because I'll end up falling asleep and ending up in who knows where. Oh, Deb, you have that. Really? I didn't know that. Is the reason the couch is caged off so you don't fall asleep on it? Maybe. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's like do not sleep. All right, 3-2. You're just exhausted, yeah. Yeah, that's all right. I won't. Look, I'm not going to pass out on stream. I've been doing this for 8 years. I haven't done that yet. I've been tired on stream for sure, but I'm yet to pass out on stream. I'm sure I've come close, but all right, 3-2. Rybakina. I often fall asleep on the train. I used to do that all the time in London, especially in winter when you're like cold and you're curled up and then you just kind of like fall asleep. You just like nod off when you're on the tube. I used to do that all the time. It was weird. Then you wake up and you're like, oh shit, I missed my station. Luckily, there's tubes every minute, but yeah. I fell asleep on a bus once. That was fun. Ended up in can't remember where I don't know where. Me and my friends just woke up and at the end of the line they kicked us off the bus and where are we? All right, 4 up the line is a winner from Frech. 15 love. 15 love. Time for a automatic shock collar. I don't think that's necessary. I can't go to movie theaters. Oh man, that's a shame. No, 15 love. We got Hoda taking on Tabilo after this. So stick around. As a return goes to Fauna Frech. Fauna from Rybakina into the Fauna Frech on the stretch, but she hits it wide. All right, 15-0. Yeah, Tabilo taking on Hoda next. And then Serena Venus. And then Eala Anisimova. Has everyone seen the Odyssey? Yes. Well, I have. I can't speak on behalf of everybody else. All right, 15-0. As a return goes back into Frech. Fauna from Rybakina, the Fauna Frech. And Frech hits it out, 15-30. What's a foot fault? A foot fault's when you toss the ball up and you're starting to serve and you touch the line with your foot. You're not allowed to touch the line. You have to be behind the line, the baseline, on the whole service motion. You're not allowed to touch the line, or at least on the. Well, you're allowed to jump over the line, but if you're not allowed to touch the court in the serve, you're not allowed to. Does that make sense? That was a terrible way of explaining it, but does that make sense? 15-30. A foot fault's when you touch the baseline on a serve. Is it a 4 return? Winner by Rybakina, 15-40. Put an oxygen tank in your room? That'd be fun. All right. Break points, Rybakina. I'm not tired. 15-40. The entire foot has to be over the line? No, just like a fraction of the foot has to be on the line. Like it could just be like this much of your shoe touches the line. That's a foot fault. It doesn't have to be a whole foot. Like it could just be like a tiny bit of your toe touches the line. That's enough. That's enough for a fault. 30-40, still break point. As the return goes out by Rybakina. Good serving from Frech. Deuce. All right. Get the deuce. As the return goes into the backhand of Frech. Rybakina backhand to the front of Frech. She puts up a lob. Rybakina drive volley winner. Rybakina is playing so much better than last week. So much better than last week. She's just not making errors like she was. And she's not double faulting like she was last week. So much better. All right. Advantage Rybakina. Only while serving. If you land off your serve, you can land at the court. Yeah. Rybakina backhand. So you're allowed to go over the line when you're airborne during the serve, right? Because when players leap into the court, you're just not allowed to touch the line during the service motion. And I think once you once the ball hits your racket and goes and starts to fly to the other side, you're allowed to touch the court then. But you're just not allowed to touch the line. You're not allowed to touch the line. You're allowed to jump over it. You're just not allowed to touch the line. You're allowed to be over the line, airborne. I remember back in the day when I started playing tennis, there was this. We used to play as juniors. We used to play against like we used to play in a men's competition just to kind of practice, right? I'll get better. And I remember this one guy they called Happy Gilmore because he he stood so far back and he just did this massive run up. He'd stand like 6 feet behind the baseline, and then just and then they do this serve, and you're like, what is he doing? And he just had a run up like Happy Gilmore did, like in the movie when he takes a run up and then he drives the ball. So his name was Happy Gilmore. I didn't give him any more power. It didn't actually work. It was just he had this massive run up. Like volleyball, like a volleyball serve. All right. But yeah, no, I mean, he probably foot faulted all the time. Because how do you take a run up and then not touch that line? I bet it looked cool. Nope. It looked as silly as it sounds. It was very similar to volleyball. Yeah, like a volleyball serve. Yeah. It's wild. 15 love. As Rybakina serves. As a return goes into the forehand of Rybakina. Backhand now from Frech. The backhand of Rybakina. Rybakina in the net. 15-all. Cam, your Demon is getting bashed. By the way, there's I don't know if you're the same person. You probably are. You probably have 7 accounts. And I know why you're doing it. You pick me. Nobody's talking to me in my real life. Give me attention, man, online. Okay. I'm going to give you attention right now. But Bangladesh beats Australia in the cricket. Demon Oars losing. Why are you attacking me in my country? What are you doing? Why do you have 7 accounts and you just constantly switch between the two saying things like Australia's losing? And why are you being a dick to me? What did I do to you? 30-15. Why don't you just leave it? Go away. There you go. There's your attention. All right. Ace, 40-15. 40-15. So, Chad, if you ever see somebody who's saying, who's bashing Australia, it's probably the same person. They're just using different accounts. Back into the net, 40-30. 40-30. Oh, it's going to rain again. Chad, did I not? I said that. Hopefully it doesn't rain again. It's 5-all. He's not even getting bashed. Yeah, see, look, again, you're saying stupid things that it's not even true. You just made that up. He's getting bashed. No, he's not. It's 5-all. At least tell the truth. If he was losing, tell me. Or don't tell me. Don't tell me ever if he's losing. But anyways, forehand out from Rybakina into the backhand of Frech. And then the volley from Rybakina is too good. She stays in front, 4-3. All right. 3-4. 4-3. Rybakina. All right. Demon is about to win the set. There you go. You can tell me that. Or maybe I'm just looking at this guy's chats. You really don't like Demon, or you're not a fan of Demon, I can see. Not a fan of Demon. By the way, to the guy that just went, he's from Bangladesh. You are him, or you're his twin because you're the same. You come in here and talking shit too. Anyways, hopefully we can get through this match because if it rains before the next match, that'll be better. Demon and Ferry are going to a tiebreak all 3 sets, I swear. Okay. The sky looks, it looks super dark. It's super windy out there too. Rybakina would love to break and then serve for the match here and just get it over with. Get out of here before it rains again because it is going to rain again. The Hodar match may start or may be delayed. We'll see. Oh, you're with me now. Okay. And that guy said that he didn't have 7 accounts. Then why don't you not like Demon, or why do you keep telling me? I don't find it funny. Stop coming in here. Anybody, everybody who does this, because there's either one person with 7 accounts or 7 people with no lives. Stop coming in here and telling me that Australia suck. Okay, that's a noise. Thank you for the gold coin. Appreciate it. As with a backhand rally, Rybakina winner, 15-0. What makes you think that I want to hear you bash my country? Huh? What part of you thinks that, like, hey, I'm going to remind this guy that his country lost cricket? Why do you think I need to hear that shit? What do you mean? Why would you think that would be a nice thing to say? And that would respond with a positive. What do you mean? What do you think I'm going to say? You think I'm going to say, "Oh, thank you for telling me. I appreciate your thank you." No. What, do you think I'm going to be like happy? Shut up. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. It's annoying. It's not even funny. 30-15. Leave Australia alone. 30-15. There's a backhand return. Going to the forehand of Frech, and then that goes out by Rybakina, 40-15. 40-15. You know, the one thing that really grinds my gears is when people say Dash is losing. Leave her alone. 40-15. Somebody out there's taking notes. Jay, you know there's somebody out there taking notes. Doesn't like Dash's bashing. Okay. Okay. He doesn't want me to talk about cricket. I'm going to talk about cricket. Mention everything Australia. Okay. All right. You know someone's taking notes out there. I'm giving someone ammunition. He doesn't like people talking badly about Australian sports. Okay. All right, let me write that down. Okay. When are they playing cricket again? 40-30. Serve again. Chad, if it's raining outside my house right now, my washing is screwed. I should probably check. Backhand rally. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Forehand from Frech. Into the forehand of Rybakina. It's Frech with the forehand again. Rybakina. Backhand again to the forehand of Frech. And as Frech hits it out, we get the deuce. Sorry, Deb. Well, Deb, you know what to watch out for now. Because I'm going to ignore those people as best I can. Now what do you have to say? Say it now. Say it! Say it! Say it! What do you have to say now? Say it again. Go on. Now what? Deuce. Sorry, Demon won the first set. For those who are confused, for those who are wondering, what the fuck are you on about? Are you okay? He just won his first set, right? Demon won the first set. He's like, what? Cam's having another episode. No, I'm not. Demon just won the first set, all right? So that's a response to all the people that was talking shit. Now what? Advantage for Rebecca. Someone's at work just like, what the hell? What happened? All right, advantage for Rebecca to get this break and serve for the match. There's been a forehand for Frech. That's a great shot. Back to deuce. I think Frech knows that she's not going to be able to win this match before the rain delay, but she'll be able to keep it going. Oh, Kellen Sky took the first set, okay? As Rybakina returns it in the net. Advantage Frech. Advantage Frech. A bit of serve. There's a fault, second serve. Second serve. All right, to the backhand slice. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Forehand from Frech. Into the Rybakina backhand. There's Frech with a slice. Rybakina into forehand in the corner. Great shot. And we get back to deuce. If Demon loses now, I'm going to ignore it. I'm not going to talk about it. Never happened. Now it's starting to rain again. Chat. Can we not have nice things? It's starting to really rain now. This is this might be an hour. Yeah, Rebecca just said, "Can we go inside?" And the umpire's like, "Yeah, go inside. Run. I love Australia. Okay. All right. Let me have a look at this radar. Good for Frech, this rain delay after that tough game. So it's going to rain for probably 20 minutes, but it could be real heavy. So I think we're looking at another 35 to 45 minute delay. It's just a really heavy passing shower that's going to like soak the court, but then we should be fine. Then we might be fine for the rest of the night. We might be okay for the rest of the day. Night. No, maybe not. There might be some rain at like 7. But yeah, this is the rain that I was worried about before, but we should be sweet after this. All right. Should we open some cards? I don't know. Do you have chat? Do you want? Or does anyone have a topic? What should we do? What should we do? Where's the roof? Good one. That's a good. That's funny. Maybe she might get broken again, like after the. Hopefully, I mean, look, I think it's good for her because it's sets like she can settle down. But then again, she's got to come back after the rain delay and then serve, which she had to do in the first set and she lost. So it might be terrible for Frech actually. She'd probably be better off holding before the rain delay, so that way she comes back at 4-all. But yeah, this could be. I mean, Rybakina could come back and win 5 points or 6 points and be done. Take a power nap. That's boring. We're not doing that. Well, I'm not doing that. Well, you want to watch me sleep on stream? That's creepy. Yeah, I just want to see you nap. No, I can't sleep because I can see people watching me. I can feel people's eyes watching me. I will not be watched. Let's play a game. Okay. Who is your favorite female tennis player right now? Kazuchika, my favorite female tennis player. My favorite male player. I don't really have one. I like Shelton. I like Fonseca. I like Alcaraz. Sinner. Hodard's becoming a fun favorite. Menchik, I love the way he goes about it. I really don't have one. Djokovic, obviously, legend, right? Demonor, Kyrgios. I mean, I don't have one. I don't have just one. The women's side is Dasha. We will wake you when the Eala starts. No, because then I'll miss Serena, and I want to watch Serena. Random idea: old school players versus current players score predictions. Interesting. That's I don't know how we could. Yeah, that's interesting. Is it that heavy? It's not. It's not yet, but it will be. Play word association games. Say a word, and I will say a word. This is not a me versus you. This is a community thing. We got to do something. Don't be like, I'll do this and you do that. No. This isn't one on one. We got to do something together. All 1,700 of us. How long's the delay? Probably an hour. What do you think of royal tennis? The precursor to the modern game. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I've seen it be played. It's kind of interesting. Let's play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. What? How? How can we play that? Why don't we play Who Has the Most Slams game? No, because people ruin that game. That game was... I shouldn't have told people about it. I should have just kept it secret. People ruin that game. That game was so fun, and then people started to play it, but then they start... Because there's no time limit, so you could cheat. And then people were just putting up these ridiculous scores that they were clearly Googling the answers, and then it was fun for like 5 minutes, and then people just ruined it. Because they'd come in and be like, I beat your score, and you go, yeah, because you use Google. That's not fun. So yeah, that sucks. That was such a fun game. for like 10 minutes. And I was doing so well until like all these random scores started appearing and people were just clearly using the internet. I was like the top 3, and then all of a sudden I was like 20th. So dumb. Ruined everything. Kind of nice things. It's kind of nice things. The only person that was legit that I can verify was legit is Statman Pat, who legitimately got a massive score because Statman Pat knows. There's a reason why he's called Statman Pat, and he has been called Statman Pat for like 8 years. Is because Pat knows. So Pat getting like 1,000 points, you go, yeah, that's legit. Like Pat knows, but all these other scores. Like someone got 2,600. That's not real. I got 142 with no with no help. 2,600. That's get a life. Get a life. It's not real. Get a life. You spend way too much time inside. Go outside. Yeah, it stopped being competitive. It was fun for a bit because it was like, oh, go try and challenge me. But then people were challenging by using an assistant. They need a timed version. That would be so much better if there was a timed version of that, because then it would actually be tough, right? For those, then you couldn't cheat. Whoever got 2,600 has way too much time on their hands. Exactly. Play wiki race with tennis terms. How can I do that though? How could I do that though? Is that like that's not that'll be just me doing? I don't. Yeah. How would we do that? I don't know how we'd do that. Let's talk about geopolitics. What, do you want me to nap? What are you talking about? Are you trying to make me fall asleep? What are you talking about? What's the weather looking like? It's raining. It's pouring and there's old man snoring. Do I live in Australia? Yeah. When do I sleep? When I can. I'm just trying to think of how. Okay, let me set this thing up. Hang on. I've got so many cups. I'm like, this is a mess, Jack. Don't look at my desk. It's a mess. It's a mess. Oh, it's a mess. What a mess. What a mess. How many cups does one man need? Why do you have 7? Why do you have 4 cups, mate? What's wrong with you? Let me just clean my desk and we can open some cards. Where's the second camera? There it is. I did buy these cards specifically for this moment, so this is great. And they rocked up yesterday, which is lucky. I actually bought 2 packs of cards, but we'll open one. How do I do this? Whoa! Give me a second. What did I pull out? I put one card out. No. Why is it over there? What? It's stuff. Alright. All right, chat. Brace yourselves. Okay, that's fine. Why is that doing that? That's better. Now, we'll move that out of the way. We don't need a keyboard for this. Is that going to work? Let me just. Yeah, it's raining. Okay. Where did I? There it is. Ah, it works. Perfect. Where's the? Sorry, chat. We'll get there in a second. It's still raining. We got. Don't need to rush. Put the score on the screen so that we all know what's going on. 1 second, chat. All right, I'm prepared. Is that an hour and a half? Wait, hang on. What's GMT? Where are we at? Where are we at with GMT? They're not coming back in 20 minutes. Are you kidding me? No play before. No, that's not happening. That's not gonna happen. That's crazy. 20 minutes? That's optimistic. Come on. That's crazy. That's crazy. Sorry, chat. Did I miss anything? This tournament needs a new venue. But they were supposed to go to somewhere. Draw coming out on Friday for Winston-Salem. All right, nice. 4:30 local time. There's no way they're coming back in 20 minutes. It looks like it's going to get worse. The rain's going to get worse. There's no way they come back in 20 minutes. Anyways. All right. Here are the cards. I got that yesterday, and I got this as well. Now, apparently, well, this one doesn't have any autographs in it. It's just got one chrome refractor. So I think we'll save that for another rainy day. This one, though, has 4 autograph cards. And chat, you know that we only want these things for the signed cards. I have no idea what's in this. I got this on special because they were trying to get rid of them. So I got them. But these are like graphite cards. They're weird. They're kind of like really weird. Let me just get a... where are the sleeves? Where did I put the sleeves? Just in case. All right. But the problem with all right, so the thing about this is that there's not that many packs in them though. The only problem is that there's only like 3 packs. So I hope they come back in 20 minutes. Maybe we will open both. All right. Scalpel. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a psycho. Delicately, don't cut your fingers. Again. Hands of a surgeon. Hands of a surgeon. Why are they so hard to open? Chat, this is... We're going to get demonetized and in trouble for this if I hurt my hand. Hang on. I don't trust... Why can't I open this? Chat, hang on. How does this open? It must have something good in it, though. I should have opened it before. That'll do. Put that there so I don't lose it. All right. Don't judge my nails. They're fine. Yoink. All right. There we go. So I don't know who's in this, like what players are in this, but they could be good players. It'll be a surprise to us all. It's still raining. Well, let's open this. Ready? Let me see. Oh, what a mess. All right. Not a sponsor, but please send me free stuff. I would sponsor. Look, Topps sponsor me. All right, 3 packs. 3 packs. Which one should we open first, chat? 1, 2, or 3? Which one? Which one should we open first? You get to choose. You choose. You choose. Which one? Which pack? George Costanza. Shut up. Which pack? Which pack? Which pack? 1, 2, or 3? Which one? Which one? Which pack should we open? Everyone's saying 2. All of them at once. We've got like an hour. Maybe not. We've got like 30 minutes. We can't open them all at once. We'll have nothing else to do. 2. All right, 2 it is. Everybody said 2. Everybody said 2. Now, chat, you know the rules. If it's a good card, I keep it. If it's a bad card, I keep it. All right, you chose this one, chat. You better be right. Again, I don't know what. I mean, there's 4 autographs in this pack. 4 autographs per box. This is a box. So I don't know. I shouldn't wear my... Okay, I should be wearing gloves. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. I think these cards are made of, like, graphite, which is why they're called graphite. They're fancy. Woo! Why did I do it this way? All right, can you see that? All right. Caboli! That's a good one. I like the design. That's cool. Focus. Focus. Come on. Come on now. Focus. Focus. Why are they not focusing? Oh, we're waiting. Now, maybe if I do this. Maybe if I do this. Why is my fingers all... I need to cut my fingernails. There we go. That's better. Anyways, you can see it. It's Caboli. All right, Caboli. Hang on, maybe if I change... Oh, focus. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we... Yes, yes, yes. Useless. Why did that work for 2 seconds? Hang on. I'm just going to check something. Okay, should be fine. I don't know why it's not working. Anyways, there's Caboli. There we go. You can see him now. There we go. Next. Oh, Analdi. The Italian pack. Here we go. Sonmez! I'm keeping this one. This is mine. Yes! Good work. You didn't do anything. All right. Sonmez auto. Let's go. Hell yeah. Signed Sonmez card. Let's go. Did I not just say that like earlier in the week? I'm like, we watched her versus Dasha. And I gotta figure out how to do this. Hang on. Sonmez card needs to go in a pack. Hang on. Good pickup. Alright, there's a card after this. I'm gonna hide it because I don't want to see it either. We'll cover that. That's a good one. Look at that. Look at that. Sonmez auto. It's not that good. Shut up. Sonmez auto. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. She signed this. This card has been in the presence of Sonmez. How about that, chat? And now it's in the Tennis Museum. Let's go. God, I'm super happy. Imagine we got a Dasher card. Don't. Good start. I love that. That's sick. That's so cool. Let's go. Already a win. All right, let's keep going. Whoop. Let's keep going. All right, there's something fancy here because I saw a little bit of it. Ready? Ready? What's up? Another signed card. Wong, and it's got a what's this? What's this called? What are these ones called? It's called a relic, and that's like a event worn memorabilia. So that's got like a little bit of like a piece of like clothing, right? There we go. Wong. That's a signature. She's playing later. All right. I'll put that one in the thing later in a second. Ooh, Muguruza. Serial card. Out of 99. That's a fancy one. Focus. That's a fancy one. See the 14 out of 99 in the bottom? There we go. That's a good one. I think last one. Ooh, and then just a base set Kudermetova. That's a good one. Good start. Let me just sleeve all this so we don't ruin it. There we go. So that's two. So we got what is it? 2 signatures left. Again, I don't know who signed what. This isn't going to fit. This card's too thick. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Match worn signed card. That's a good one. If you want any of these cards, chat, you're just gonna have to get them yourself. Now, look, I don't know. Maybe in the future I'll put them in the store. I don't know. Chat, would you buy these? I don't even know. Would you even buy these cards? Like, not these cards, but would you buy cards if I put them in the store? Would you buy them? Would you buy them? There's a good one. I like that one. It's got a bit of purple on it. We'll put the base cards over here because I'll put them in a separate folder. Would you buy them? You met Kudermetova at the US Open. She's taller than expected. I love this one. This is a great card. That's a great card. Sonmez signed. Let's go. All right. All right, next. 1, 2. Which one? You chose right the first time. Oh, man. Tennis cards. Yeah, tennis cards. If it's a Serena one, Eala 1 of 1 next pack. Can you imagine? 1 or 2, chat. Which one? Which one should we break out next? Because the last one, right? So just so before you hang on, wait. So what we're gonna do, if you like, so this one, right? You know, 1 or 2, right? 1 or 2. But if you like, whichever one we open, the other one I'm gonna throw in the bin. So choose wisely. The other one's I'm throwing in the fire. So we will never know what's in the last one, but that's fine. It's just for the views. It's fine. It's just a bit of fun. So I'm gonna burn one, and we'll never know. But the other one will open. So just make sure you choose wisely. Choose wisely. Because the other one's going never be seen again. Don't worry, it's just fun. It's just for the content. It's okay. It's not that serious. It's okay. It'll just never be seen again. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Anyways, we're all saying 1. Someone's spamming 2, so we're going to open 1 because somebody spammed 2. And your spam has ruined life. You ruined life. I haven't bought a pack of cards since Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, look, welcome to the NBA 2 cards. Why would I be doing NBA cards? This is not an NBA stream. Ooh, okay. Mboko to start. That's a good one. Mboko. I kind of miss her. I really wish she was playing. I do like Mboko. I reckon she'll win a slam. She could have won Wimbledon. Focus. That's a good one. I like that one. I mean, if you could see it, you'd be great. All right, here we go. Remember, there's auto cards in this too. Todoni. And this little thing in the corner means it's a rookie card. So Mboko has already had cards come out in other series. So this is why it's not a rookie card. But rookie card means like first card, right? So this is Todoni's first card. She's not been on any other sets of cards until this one. So that's what that little symbol in the corner, that RC in the corner. You saw it for 2 seconds. All right, next one. Ooh! Oh, Hubie! Hey, that's a really good one. There we go. Her catch, match worn, signed. That's nice. I don't know wait, can somebody do some research and find out what tournament he wore this yellow? What was the tournament that he wore this? Which event? Let's try it. We can do that. We're smart. When did he wear the yellow? Hubie signed match worn jersey. I love that. We love Hubie. Signed Hubie's a good one. Polish fans, hey, look. Maybe I will. Hey, look, if you want it, I'll be in. You know. When did he wear this color? We can figure it out. By the way, I'm actually looking at it. You can't see it really, unless it zooms. There we go. It's a little bit dirty. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit. There's a little bit of like. It's a little bit off color. I don't know if you can see it. It's a little like it's got a bit of a grey kind of like splotch on it. It's definitely been worn. It's a little bit scuffed. It's definitely been. It's not a fresh piece of material. I can tell you that. It's match. Yeah, it says here. So it says here. Event worn memorabilia. So look, he might have worn it in practice. Maybe it was a practice shirt. Whatever. Either way, he did wear this. 2019 Dubai. You reckon this goes back that? I don't know. These cards are from 2026. I don't know. There must have been there must have been something earlier. Smell it. No, I'm good. I'll pass on that. That's a good. Oh, chat. I'll tell you, we're on fire. Thank God we picked this one because we were going to burn this one. So that's. Imagine we burnt this one. I would have been pissed. So lucky. I'm just kidding. So lucky. All right, good one. Wimbledon? Nah, it's yellow. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right, next one. It could be shorts too, right? Not just jersey. Ooh, another one. Chap, they're all match worn. I'm not smiling them. They're sweaty. Samsonova. That's a cool. Well, you'll be able to figure out where that's from. I don't even know, but that's cool. That's a good one. So another event worn one. That's a good one. The event worn ones are cool. I do like them. You smell it. Ooh, oh, that's fancy. That one. Tommy Paul. Court Masters. That's cool. That reminds me of the World Tennis League court. If you know, you know. How it had all the different. I mean, it's got. I think it's a green. It's a grass green. It's the clay, and it's like out of 52. That's a good one. It's a good one. Rybakina chat. Excuse me. Chat. This is rigged. This is obviously rigged. Pre-planned. Where are the Rybakina fans at? Rybakina all court. This is the back of it. Imagine if it was a Rybakina sign would have been crazy. Yeah, they're still drying up the courts. There we go, Rybakina. How fitting is that? All right. Good work. I'll sleeve them in a second. Before I'm not going to sneeze. That was a good one. That's a good one. The Hoobie one. Let's go. Even though I love the Embroco card too. That's a good one. All right, one more. Chat. Which cut would... There we go. All right, last pack. There's still one auto left. Rafa. Carlos. Fonseca. Sabalenka. Eala. If there's an Eala signed card here, I may scream. All right. Hang on, let me just... Okay. They're still drying the courts. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Quinn. Ethan Quinn. Nice. Ngannou. God, I wish it would focus. I don't know why this camera's being temperamental. I think it's a reflection. It's a little bit annoying. Ngannou. There we go. Chat. Emerson Jones. Now, as an Australian, this is a great pick. But this is also possibly future. Like in like 10 years, this could be like... Plus, it's a rookie. Chat, I'm not going to squeal because that would be embarrassing for me. But like this, I am not mad. This could be... I'm just saying, if Jones is if it's everything that everyone thinks she's going to be, this could be... Watch this space. Just watch this space because just keep an eye out, all right? This might be a banger. We might be looking at something in like 10 years that is going to be... I'm keeping this one. This is going straight to the collection. This is straight to the collection. Emerson Jones, signed rookie card. Chat, does that not sound fancy as hell as well? Emerson Jones, signed rookie card. Okay. It might not be worth much now, but you just wait. Give me 10 years. Give me 10 years and we'll talk, all right? 50K? That's a bit much. I mean, that's a little bit much. I don't think Serena cards go for 50K. That's exciting. That's exciting. Oh, Pliskova. Pliskova event worn memorabilia. I love these. There's so many event memorabilia cards. I kind of love them. I kind of love all these memorabilia cards. As somebody who has memorabilia in the background, that's cool. That is cool. Hey, Purcell. Another Aussie card. Last one. Perfect timing there. About to come out. Ooh. Iga! Look at that. That's a sick card. I love that. That's cool. Swiatek full extension. How about that? I have no idea what these are worth, but I'm going to say at least tens of thousands of dollars. No, I don't know. That's a cool one. I like that one. We got Swiatek and Rybakina. Are you kidding me? Where's the Hodar card? Where's the Serena card? Where's the Eala card? That's cool. That's a good. I love that one. That's crazy. I actually have a little bit of a collection of Swiatek cards, so this works out perfect. That's cool. What a set! I tell you, that was good. I'm glad I got that one. I thought when I saw the 3 packs, I'm like, oh no, this is going to be crap. That was awesome. That was really good, and it filled in the 20 minutes that we had. Now, let me just sleeve these up so that we, that's so good. I'm tell you what, the Sonmez card, the Hurkacz card, and the Jones. I'm excited about the Jones card. This Jones signed rookie card. I'm excited. This feels. This card here, this is something. That's potential of one of the great. I mean, she is a great junior. I think she's only 17, right? So she hasn't even started yet. Just wait, she hasn't even started. She is not even started. You sold me on tennis cards. Well, they should sponsor me then. They should sponsor me because if you're going to buy some because of me, then they should pay me to tell you. That's what sponsorships are. I love the Hubie card too. We got to figure this out where it's from. We need to track the Jones card value. Yeah, for sure. Like actually, like all jokes aside, that is a crazy card. I do like these relic cards too. The relic cards are sick. That's a good pack. That's a good group of cards. Oh, this one's got 10. Hang on. Oh, I messed up. This one's out of 10. I didn't see the number on the back. Hang on. So this Samsonova card is 3 out of 10. Okay. So that's something. That the value of that is something. I didn't realize. I thought it was just like, oh yeah, it's just a card with a skirt, like a shirt in it. But out of 10, that's interesting. Well, let me check the other ones. Hang on. Let me check the Hubie one. I guess it makes sense. Like, why would they have like 100 different, like hundreds of different match worn shirts, right? It should be exclusive. God, I'm shaking like a leaf. God, why am I doing it? Man. It's because I'm doing it left-handed. There we go. God, these cards are cool. I'm gonna have to get, or maybe I'll get another one of these for the next rain delay tomorrow. Hang on, let me check the Hubie card. No, so no serial on the Hubie card, just the normal. I mean, it's got a signature, so I mean, it's fancy enough. Signature and match worn. Pretty cool card. I know they're pretty cool. They're pretty good. God, we gotta do the Hubie research. Did anybody find the Hurkacz shirt? 2022 Dubai. Is that what we're looking at? The 2022 Dubai. Let me check the Pliskova card. Now, Pliskova cards. Okay, so the Pliskova card's got nothing on the back, but the Samsonova card is rare. The Sonmez card has nothing on the back. The Wong card has nothing on the back. Jones, nothing. Swiatek. Where's the Rybakina card? Oh, Purcell card does. Purcell's out of 25. So that's like got a gold little bit on it. Players coming back in a second. Good pack. Yeah, this one, this we'll do some looking up. Whoops. Here's a Rybakina one. Good one. Chat with them. I'm not auctioning this off. Or maybe I am. But chat, would you if I put these in the store, would you actually buy them, or would you just be like, that's cool, put it, like, I should put it in my collection? Like, would anybody want like an Umboko card? Like, would anybody want the Umboko card? If I put it in the store, would anybody want it? Because I'm not going to put them in the store if nobody cares. You know what I mean? The Tommy Paul one's kind of sick too. I do love I love that design. Court Masters. I want it. Me, please. Okay. I'm sure somebody would. Yeah, but is that somebody in the chat or watches this channel? Because somebody in the world might, but they might not be here. Maybe I don't know. Chat, maybe after the US Open, if I've got time, I'll suss it out. Birthday gifts for members. The postage alone is going to be millions. All right, that was a good haul. We don't even need to open the other one. It'll only be worse. So, okay. So what we got? So these and this and that and this. I love the Sonmez signed as well. That's so cool. All right, so these are what we scored. These are the scores. That's kind of fun. And then Rybakina Swiatek, which you can't see on the sides. There we go. They're the winners. They're the winners. Nice. We're gonna figure out that one, and we'll track this one, right? The Jones one. Nice. Good work, chat. Players are coming out on court. Perfect timing. All right. Sick. That was fun. We'll do that again sometime. All right. Let me get this out of the way so I can actually see what's going on. That was fun. That was a good set. Some of the cards, sometimes we don't get much excitement, but that was actually really fun. If I do say so myself. Let's hope it doesn't rain again, because I've run out of cards. We're going to have to open the other pack. They don't have any signed cards. All right. All right, let me just sort out everything without breaking or ruining anything. Jones rookie card, chat. I'm not. Loud explosion outside. That's weird. Jones rookie card, actually, like, not even mucking around. That might be something. That could be so. That could be like getting a Sinner card in 2019. We'll figure it out. We'll find out. Watch this space. I love the Sonmez card. And the Hurkacz card is sick. All right. And Eala 1 signed would be thousands, personally auctioned by her biggest. And the Eala 1 would be for thousands if signed and personally auctioned. You reckon? Maybe. All right. We do have the Hodar match coming up next, which could be in the next, like, 5 minutes. So prepare yourselves. And then we've, of course, got the night session with Serena and Venus into the Eala match. So stay tuned. Emerson Jones card is around $200. I would not sell it if numbered. No, it's not numbered. Yeah, let me just do a little bit of... So this is the 2026 set. I thought it was the 2025. Topps Tennis. Jones signed. Let me see. So I'm sure people are selling this card for some amount. So at the moment, somebody's selling for 50. Somebody's selling out of 10, which is with not. This is just not a serial card. For $700. So mine's the one we got is just a basic one, which is not going for as much. But again, like I said, this is more of a watch this space because Emerson Jones hasn't even started yet. So what's a Hurkacz signed relic going for? Has it even been? Has it any been actually done? I don't think anyone's selling them. No one's even. Maybe no one's got one yet. Interesting. So wait, hang on. So what did somebody said it was Dubai 2022? Let me have a look. Dubai 2022 Hurkacz. Yeah, he is wearing like a green. Maybe it's that. I don't think this is the same color. I think it's a little. That's a little bit too yellow. It's more yellow. It's more gold. This is more of a golden rather than a green. Yeah. It's more of a gold color. So I don't know. Is there any place anywhere that Hurkacz wearing gold? Like a golden color? Yeah, it's like it's not like an orange. It's more sorry, not like a tennis ball green. It's more of a golden yellow. 2019 Dubai. Maybe. Oh, does it go back that far? Maybe. Yeah, that might be it. Maybe. It seems a little bit more vibrant on this though. It doesn't sit like that seems a little bit more a little less vibrant. It could be that. I think it might be. I don't think it might. Now that's a little bit less. Like, this is a little bit more like gold. That's a little bit less, like a little bit more washed out. Miami doubles with Isner maybe. Okay. No, that's more green. It's not gold. It's a bit too green. We will get to the bottom of this. It's Madrid. Madrid Hurkacz. Let me check. Madrid. Blue, red, purple. Again, I think that's more green. I think that's green. I wish it told you what event. That'd be really good. I'll just ask Hurkacz. Yeah, just ask Hubie. When do you wear gold? It could be his hat. Somebody said it could be his hat. It doesn't look like hat material, but it looks like it looks like a shirt. This looks like a shirt. It doesn't look like a hat. Unless it's like the brim, under the brim of the hat, maybe? Some color there? I don't know. It's like a gold color. Anyways, let's finish this match off. Frech has got to come out again and serve to stay in the to serve after a rain delay. She got broken last time this happened. So let's see what happens this time. Hoda coming up next. How long? Depends. And the default second serve. It would be a shirt. Yeah, it does look like a shirt. It doesn't look like the material of a hat. Anyways, forehand goes up the line. To the backhand of Rybakina. Backhand from Frech. Into the backhand of Rybakina. Frech forehand. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Up the line is a great shot. Frech with a slice back. As we get a forehand from Rybakina. That's a winner. Rybakina advantage. Rybakina advantage. 2019 Indian Wells. I don't think it's that far back. I think you guys are going too far back. Because why would a 2026 relic card have a shirt from 2019? I think that's too far back. I think it's got to be in the last, at least the last 2 years. Like maybe 2024. You talk too fast, but I guess you're better than not. Well, what do you want me to do? If I talk slow, we'll miss the rally. As we get a good serve. Deuce. Scoreboard. Yep. It'll fix itself. It's just a bit. It's just drying out. Deuce. The watch on the card, it looks like the same color. It does. But the watch wouldn't be material, would it? It would be like plastic. So it's not made. It's like a, yeah. I don't know. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of it eventually. As a return goes in the backhand of Frech. We're backing up forehand to the backhand of Frech as we're backing for backing up. Frech with a slice. We're backing up with a forehand cross court. Frech on the stretch gets it back, but overhits it. Advantage, we're backing up. Eala 2024 rookie card is valued at 2,000. That's madness. I have an Eala card. It's not rookie. It's not a what do you call it? Signed or anything, but I got an Eala card from 2024. No, humble brag. I got lucky. I got it before she won Miami. Anyways, before she did well in Miami. I got it in I got February last year. Same with Mboko. I got an Mboko. I think I got an Mboko match worn card from last year before she went on the run in Canada. It's great. It's one of my favorite cards. All right, back to Deuce. As we get a backhand from Rybakina. Frech with a forehand of Rybakina on the net. And we get back advantage Frech. To hold. Why did my shelf shake? That was weird. What's that noise? It's not me. All right, advantage Frech. As a return for backing up the lines, a winner. Back to Deuce. That was weird. Back to Deuce. As Frech serves. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Forehand for Frech. Up the line. But it goes long. Advantage for Rybakina. Advantage for Rybakina to get back, to get the break and serve the match. Finish this long match, which has had many, many rain delays. Multiple delays. Advantage Rybakina. Made a fault second serve. Seven to the back of Rybakina. Back in from Frech. Into the back of Rybakina up the line. And long by Rybakina. We're back to Deuce. Back to Deuce. Back to Deuce. As Frech serves again. Something on my shelf is shaking, and it's really annoying me. Which one of you is it? What are you doing? Something is shaking on my shelf, and it's off-putting. Making me think a T-Rex is going to stomp on the studio. As we're backing into long. And it's advantage Frech. It's not an earthquake. It's just annoying. It's what I thought it was at first. I'm like, is there an earth tremor? But no. Just my shelf is shaking. Backhand goes into the backhand of Frech. Forehand from Rybakina, it goes long, and Frech holds 4 games all. And the scoreboard's working, thankfully. 4-4. 4-4. All right, 4-0. Back to Rybakina. That was a good hole by Frech after a lot of a long delay and also a nervy game. The US Open draws out already. Oh god, the mixed doubles. I don't have time for this. First serve's a fault, second serve. Tell him I'm not ready. Tell him to bring it out tomorrow when I'm free. Love 15. I'll tell you, if this goes 3, Zverev's not going to start till midnight, and Eala's going to play next week. As with a serve from Rybakina into the front of Frech, return goes into the back of Rybakina. Rybakina in the net, love 30. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Love 30. Love 30. Chance for break here for Frech to then serve for the set. Everyone's waiting for the Eala match. We're here way too early. The Eala match doesn't start for like 4 hours. Backing up the line is a winner by Rybakina, 15-30. By the way, one in the chat. Okay, okay. Well, let's see. Let's see if it's true. 1 in the chat if you're here waiting for Eala. 2 in the chat if you're here for Rybakina or Frech or just for fun. 1 in the chat if you're here for Eala. 2 in the chat if you're not. Because I want to see. Are there a lot of people just waiting for Eala here? Is this a wait? Has this turned into an Eala waiting room? What are we doing here? Do you not care about this match? All right. No. Okay. So so it's not. So some people are here, but some people also like this match. Bit of both. Some people are just here for Eala. 15-40. Well, Eala's match is going to be even more delayed if this goes 3. Her match is going to start till like tomorrow. All right. Mostly people are here for this. Some people are here for Eala, and some people are here for Hoda. Okay. 3 if you're here for Hoda. Yeah, 3 if you're here for Hoda. 15-40. As we're going to let. And we're going to serve. Here's a fault. Second serve. As the backhand return goes back into the forehand of Rybakina. Forehand from Frech. Into the backhand of Rybakina. Frech forehand cross court. Rybakina gets it back, but hits it wide. Oh, oh no. Frech to the serve of the second. It's all gone wrong for Rybakina. I think she came out here thinking, oh, I just have to win a game and I'm done. No, you don't have to win another set. 5-4. Frech's to the serve for the second. Good comeback from Frech after the the first rain delay, she got broken and lost the set. So much, much better here. All right. Frech is going to serve for the set. I thought I was going to fall off the chair. That would have been embarrassing. All right. We might be going 3. Yeah, Rybakina was like, okay, on a serious note, Rybakina was just about to break and then serve the match. So, yeah. So, yeah, and then the rain delay, and then now we're here. So, all right. Let's see if Frech can close it out here. was about to go to bed with a book. No, not yet. Not yet. The book can wait. All right, Frech's going to serve for the second. Take us to a third. Let me have a look. Is the radar going to be bad? Because it looks like there's more rain around, but we might be okay. It might just be passing. I think it's going to be fine for the rest of the evening. Should be all right. The worst is gone. Now, here we go. Frech serving for the second. And she serves. With the forehand of Rybakina. Return the forehand to Frech. Forehand from Rybakina. Again, the forehand to Frech. Up the line and wide by Frech, and it's love 15. When this match began, it was summer in Australia. I was a younger man. Back then. Love 15. Is my computer or the audio off? Love 15. Is it a backhand rally? Up the line out of the forehand of Frech, and Frech hits wide. Love 30. Why don't the chat if you can hear me? Love 30. Love 30. Closely watching Noskova Townsend match. That is going to be a good match. That is going to be a good match. We'll watch for Alex on TV, but we'll log on this channel simultaneously because of your fun commentary. Thank you. Appreciate it. Best way to watch is with a forehand rally up the line out of the backhand of Rybakina. Backhand now from Frech. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Frech forehand up the line. Rybakina's there with the backhand. Cross court. Frech with a slice. Rybakina comes in. Puts away the forehand. Is love 40. Rybakina says no to 3-setters. No 3-setters. Do you usually get your usual... Do you ever get your usual computer working? Who, me or that person in chat? My usual computer works most of the time. All right. Love 40. Oh, the schedule's out for tomorrow. When did that happen? When did I miss that? Oh, no, this is today's schedule. I'm blind. Anyways, 15:41 saved. No schedule changed today. It's still the same. The schedule has not changed. The schedule is still the same. All right, first serve a fault. Second serve. As Rybakina hits out in the return, 30-40. All right. As it backing up the line from Frech goes long. We're back on serve. It's 5-all. 5-5. All right, so I'm just having a look at the looking at the mixed doubles championships for the US Open. So the main draw, direct entries are all singles players mostly, except for the defending champions who are in the main draw. The qualifying, which is new this year, you've got Ostapenko. You've got basically all the doubles players are in the qualies, which I think is a kind of okay. 5-all. I get why they do that, but come on. As Frech is a backhand winner, left 15. I get just because I understand it doesn't mean I have to like it, right? I understand why they put all the doubles players in the qualifying, because the doubles players are not going to sell the tournament like the singles players are, and you can't make Elena Svitolina and Gael Monfils play qualifying. They will say no, right? So if you make the singles players play mixed qualifying, they're going to say, what do you mean? I'm here for the main thing or nothing, right? They're not going to rock up. So I get it. But the fact that all the teams in the qualies are doubles players, and this is their tournament that's been taken away from them and given to the singles players, and they have to earn their spot. I don't like that. That doesn't feel right. They should have been in the main draw. Also, what are these to be announced teams? Are they waiting for Alcaraz and Sinner to commit? Is that what's happening? What about Fonseca? Coco's not playing, but she might. Maybe. I don't know. So Eala and FAA are in. Sabalenka Djokovic, Rybakina and Fritz. There's only 2 teams qualify as well. So, I don't know. But hey, look, it is they're doing it. 4 in the net by Rybakina, love 40. I mean, I had the same thing last year and I'm not saying it wasn't fun last year. We had a lot of fun watching it, but it did feel. At least they're giving the doubles players a chance this year. Last year they just were like, all right, defending champions can play. That's it. Like nobody else though. Everyone else is a singles player. Majority. As that goes out by Frech and it's 15-40. But yeah, I don't know. It does seem very. To make it a Grand Slam feels wrong. It doesn't feel fair. Oh yeah, maybe Serena. Maybe Serena plays the mix. Who knows? Serena and Alcaraz might team up. Ooh. All right, forehand rally. Rybakina still down break point here, 15-40. As Rybakina forehand again, the forehand of Frech. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Frech with a forehand on the stretch. Rybakina comes in, puts away the drive volley, and it's 30-40. 30-40. It's like being fired and then having to reapply for your own job. That is such a good way of explaining it. That is actually. It's almost, yeah, it's like they've come into your office and gone, hey, look, so your position as a doubles player, so that is being dissolved, right? And you're going to have to reapply because we're slightly changing the role. Well, can't I stay in this role? No. You have to reapply. Yeah. No. Sorry, no. Yeah, we're slightly changing your role. As Rybakina comes in and puts away the drive volley, deuce. It is pretty brutal. Fire and rehire. It's pretty like it definitely has that vibe. But I'm pretty good at this. Yeah, you're gonna have to apply like the rest of them. Sorry, you have to try again. But I've been working here for 20 years. Too bad. All right, deuce. It's brutal. Swiatek and Ruud looked like a fun team. Oh yeah, it was. Look, I'm not saying the event wasn't good. The event was really good. It's really fun, but it doesn't mean that you can have a fun event, but also look at the doubles players there and go, God, it feels wrong. I feel like they've been wronged. You know what I mean? Like it just feels like God. Because the singles players don't need the mixed doubles tournament to live, right? It's not there. That's not there. This is a bonus prize for them, right? This is not their main gig. Some of those mixed doubles players, they need this. They need to play this. They need to win this. You know, it's much more important to them. As we're to find now from Rybakina, Frech with a lob goes wide and it's deuce. But at least there's more of them getting opportunities. That's the nice part. We're gonna have more than one. We're gonna have more than one mixed doubles team. That's like proper mixed doubles. So yeah, and look, we'll watch it. I'm not going to boycott it. We're going to watch it, but yeah. All right, advantage Rybakina. To take the lead and force Frech to serve to stay in the match. Serve into the backhand of Frech. Return goes into the front of Rybakina. Frech with the backhand again. Rybakina backhand into the backhand of Frech. Rybakina backhand again up the line. Frech gets there with a slice. Rybakina with a forehand cross court. Winner. Rybakina leads 6-5 in the second. And Frech's going to serve to stay in the match. Why don't they pair singles players with proper doubles players? Okay, we should have done this during the rain delay. Let me fix the mixed doubles. This is what you do. And this is what will be the best of both worlds. You grab 8 singles players, you grab 8 doubles players, and the doubles players get to pick their partner from the 8 singles players. Do a draft. You know what? Do a draft. Right? You get, let's just say 10 and 10, right? You get 10 of the best singles players, 5 men, 5 ladies. You get 10 of the best doubles players, 5 men, 5 ladies. And you do a draft where the doubles players get to pick who they play with. I'm the number 1 draft picked. I get to pick Elena Rybakina. I'm picking Rybakina to pair up with. Right? Number 2 gets to pick Alcaraz. Right? That would be much more fun. And that's all you got to do is like, who wants to sign up? You don't get to pick your pair. Well, they do, but the singles players just sign up and we do a draft. That would feel a lot less. It would feel like fairer for the doubles players, But also you still get to see all these other, superstars playing. That gives obvious advantage to the male doubles players then. Does it? Well, maybe. Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying the number 1 men's doubles player would then... Okay, well, So you but look, if you pick, you've got Alcaraz or you've got Vavasori. I mean, Alcaraz can play pretty well, but then if you're like, I don't know, I can see what you're saying, maybe, but then also the ladies mixed doubles players are pretty damn good. It's not, Carlos Eala, we demand. Relax. All right, serve is a fault. Second serve. What if players don't want to play with somebody? Well, if you sign up, you don't get a choice. You signed up. If you sign up to play the mixed doubles, you don't get a choice to not like your partner. It's too bad. Also, I don't think the mixed doubles players will pick someone they don't like. I love 15. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. I don't know if it would work. As Rybakina hits it out, the return 15-all. Yeah, I don't know. There are definitely ways. And look, this is what I think is going to happen with this mixed doubles thing. They're going to start off the way they did last year, and they're going to slowly bring it back into the doubles. I think it's going to start off with this like singles event, like this singles mixed doubles player event. And then over time, it's going to slowly bring back the doubles players. I think that's the plan. At least that's what feels fair, right, for the doubles players. So like in 4 years, 5 years from now, it'll be like a staple of the first week or the first, I guess it's the first week. Drop shot from Frech is too good, 30-15. You know what I mean? So like 2026, it's got like Alcaraz or whatever, it's got all these singles players. But then in 5 years, it'll still have the same like energy that it has and the excitement of the first week. But it'll be a mixed doubles tournament again. It won't be a singles tournament or a singles player event. But they got to start off by promoting it through Alcaraz and Raducanu and Sinner. Like they've got to make it a thing, and then they'll go back to being like the regular mixed doubles. But because of all the hype it's had, people are going to be excited for it and used to it being before. Also, being before the tournament's actually good because it's got its own spotlight. Like no one's playing before. Like the qualies are there, but that's it. So I think it's if they do that, that would be smart because then it would promote mixed doubles eventually. And look, you can always have your superstar teams, like chuck them in, but anyways, 30-all. We're back 2 points away from this getting through this marathon. And a lot of rain. First serve's a fault, second serve. Serving to the forehand of Rybakina. Forehand from Frech. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Rybakina puts it away. Match point Rybakina. 30-40. To take the win. And she could have done this before the rain delay, but Frech was stubborn. I mean, Frech was serving for the second set. We could have been in a third and been here for another hour. So Rybakina, to avoid playing anymore, she'll get a day off tomorrow. Serve. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Return goes in the back of Frech. As we're back into Rybakina. Frech gets it back with her backhand. Into the forehand of Rybakina. Cross court. Frech on the stretch. Rybakina gets it back. Frech forehand up the middle. As Rybakina cross court backhand. Frech with a slice. Goes into the forehand of Rybakina. Frech backhand again. To the backhand of Rybakina. Rybakina hits a wide. Deuce. We get the deuce. By the way, chat, we're almost at 500 likes. Appreciate that. Who's next on this court? We have Hoda. As the return goes back into Frech. Now from Rybakina. That's a winner. Advantage Rybakina. And then we've got Venus and Serena coming up in a couple of hours, but they've still got to play Pegula. And Navarro have to play yet. So it's a couple of hours, but it also could be later. Depends on the next matches. All right, match point number 2. Serve into the forehand of Rybakina. Return goes long and Frech gets the deuce. Another save. All right, first is the fault, second serve. As we get a double fault. All right, Rybakina to take the win here. Third match point. Weston's not happy with Rybakina. She's playing better than last week, though. You got to admit that. She's playing better than last week. All right. Serve. Match point number 3. Frech serves. A fault. Second serve. Second serve. Into the back of Rybakina. Return the nets. Ooh, that was tough. Back to deuce. Back to deuce. Serve. And the return goes out. Advantage Frech. To get to the tiebreak. As return goes back into Frech. 4-0 from Rybakina. Goes long. We're going to a tiebreak. 3 match points saved. All right. Tiebreak. Who's winning this tiebreak? You know it's probably going 3, right? Your camera's not focused properly. Hello? Hello? One in the chat if we're focused. Oh, it's going to rain again. Shit. Hurry! We don't... What? Dark clouds again. Come on now. Can't have this. Not again. We got to get through this. I need some food. I'm hungry. Then we got Hoda. Serve is a fault. Second serve. I don't have any more cards. That's not true. I do. But I'm prepared. It's okay now? Okay. All right. Backhand return. Into the forehand for backhand. Forehand for Frech. Into the forehand for backhand. She hits it out. Rybakina hits it out. 1 love. Frech with a mini break. All right, 1 love. As we're back in the backhand rally. We're back in to the backhand of Frech. We're back in the backhand again to the backhand of Frech. Up the line of the forehand, we're backing up. Frech forehand up the line. Goes wide, but 1-1. We're back on serve. 1-1. 1-1. Serve up wide is a fault. Second serve. As the return goes back to Frech. Into the forehand, we're back into wide. 2-1 Frech. 2-1. All right, 2-1. First serve is a fault. Second serve. Into the forehand of Frech. Frech hits it wrong, and it's 2-0. 2-0. By the way, chat, the lunch fund is open. Feel free to donate. As we return forward for Rybakina. Rybakina 3-2. I'm just kidding. Do not do that. I have food in the fridge. All right. 3-2 Rybakina. All right, forehand from Frech goes long. 3-2 Rybakina. She gets the mini break. So 4-2 Rybakina. She gets the mini break. They change ends. Cam, no sleep till lunchtime. Bro, I'm not sleeping until like tonight. All right. 4-2 Rybakina. She's got the mini break. She's had 3 match points already. Tell us your sleeping pattern these days. I go to sleep and I wake up. And then I watch tennis all day. And then I go back to sleep when I can. Don't ask me what time. They change. They vary every week. Right? Every week it's a different time. Right? As we're backing up the line from Frech into the forehand of Rybakina. Frech backing on the stretch. Into the forehand of Rybakina. It's Frech backing again. Goes wide. 5-2 Rybakina. 2 points away from getting it done. Do you still live with your parents? Are you in the garage? I'm in the basement. I'm in a basement. All right, 5-2. That's what all that noise is upstairs. Bloody 7 a.m. in the morning. People running around. What the hell? 5-2. Ma, the meatloaf. 5-2. There's a 7 to the backhand of Frech. 4 from Rybakina to the back of Frech. Frech in the net. 6-4. Sorry, 6-2. 4 match points. God, my numbers are getting confused. Match points for Rybakina to get through this. It's been, by the way, match time 2 hours. It's been a 2-hour match, but it's obviously been like a 4-hour match with rain delays. Serve is a fault. Second serve. Second serve. Into the forehand of Frech. Frech hits his way out. There we go. We get it done eventually. Rybakina in straights. Feels like 7 hours. It almost probably was. All right. Rybakina gets it done. In straight sets. She avoids a third set, which was possible. She has to take a bunch of match points to do it, but she gets it done in the end, and she is into the fourth round, where she will take on the winner of Falinska and Schneider. And right now it's 1 set to Schneider, but it's 3-1 in the second to Falinska. So still not sure yet. I would love to see her play Falinska though, because I would love that rematch. Oh, sorry, I'd love that that matchup for Falinska. Schneider's been good too, though, so maybe it's a good match either way. All right. De Minaur's also beating Ferry, which is just fantastic for Australia. Hoda Tabilo. That's our next match. Jump on over, and we'll be back very, very soon. That felt like an eternity, yeah. I'm going to go eat something because I'm starving. I chose not to eat before stream, and that was 6 hours ago. So I'm going to do that. And then we're going to come back. I'm going to watch Hoda versus Tabilo. And then, hopefully, with no rain, we'll watch the night matches and go from there. But Rybakina wins in straights. It was a long straight sets. It was a rain delay straight sets. It was a thanks for hanging in there. Hopefully, you enjoyed the card opening. That was really fun. But Rybakina's into the fourth round. 6-4, 7-6. She gets it done. Let's see what Hoda can do. Let's see if his shoes are on tied on properly today.